Moves us forward.
The 2026 Mid-Year Budget Review. I am Kemini Amano. If you've been with us since 6 a.m. today, you're welcome back to the coverage of the Budget Review. In a tad, we'll connect with reporters on the ground, including Parliament, where the action will take place. Christian Yale and a host of correspondents are on the ground there. Here in the studio, we'll bring you conversations, we'll bring you the facts and figures as far as the half year of 2026 is concerned. Let me quickly introduce my guest in the studio with me just before we hit the road again. Very close to me is Dr. Eric Boakye Yiadom. He's a senior fellow at the Africa Policy Lens. Next to him is Charles Kusi Apia Kubi, Executive Secretary of the Ashanti Business Owners Association. And then Dennis Brown, an Associate Director, Strategy and Transaction at Deloitte. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us for this coverage. We'll quickly get into conversation because we know that we are hitting the 2 p.m. mark when the finance minister is expected to make his presentation in Parliament. So I'll start off with you, Dr. Boakye Yiadom. Everybody's been talking about the expectations for today's mid-year presentation. There are those who suspect that there will not be need for extra financing of government activities. Talk to us about what your view is as far as the half year is concerned.
Two quick things. Number one, I would want to see us moving from stabilization to job creation. That measure seems to be missing. You see the indicators in a way point to the fact that we are out of the challenges as we used to be some time ago.
Right.
Inflation, exchange rate, and all that. But when you look at the job creation or the employment bit of it, we are not doing so well. For example, if we look at 2024, when we had just come out of COVID, the unemployment levels were around about 13.5%. Post-COVID, unemployment is about 13%. So we are generally around the same region. If we come down to youth unemployment, it has actually surged up. Youth employment, that is people below 25, 24 and downwards. It has moved from 32% to about 32.6%. So a lot of our young people are not getting jobs. But we say that the economy, we are picking up. So how do we close the nexus? And the average school-going age in the university, they graduate around 23, 22. So you come out of school and there's nothing there's no job. Then we also have a category of people who are into what we call vulnerable employment. They are not happy what they are doing. That is also in the region of about 20%. So generally, there should be a connection between what we're experiencing as an economy and in terms of job creation. Then I would also want to see how the close-up in the revenue shortfalls. In the first quarter, revenue shortfalls was in the region of about 2.7 billion Ghana cedis. That the way that we are collecting revenue, to finance some of these developmental drive is not really living up to expectation. And one critical point is the oil revenue. I think government was too optimistic in pegging the oil revenue. And if we read the budget in table 15, in the composite budget, as compared to when you check table 50, they give the revenue, the oil revenue in dollars. Then in the appendix, they state it in cedis. When you calculate the exchange rate, they use 13.8 Ghana cedis as the exchange rate. Right. So why should you be so ambitious of thinking that your exchange rate will be 13.8 when currently, when we started the year, we were doing around 10. So you have overly stated your revenue, which generally you know you are not going to get it. And also about the fact that the yield or the volumes are not living up to expectations. So I think government was generally optimistic in terms of revenue generation, and we expect that some of the figures will be revised.
I see. I'll come back to you and take you up on some of the things that you've mentioned, but let's take initial comments also from Charles, because the Ashanti Business Association in particular has raised a number of concerns in this half year, 2026. Right. And some of your concerns are bordered around customs and the cost of doing business and the likes. Going into the presentation, what do you hope to see?
All right, thank you, and good afternoon to your viewers. Half year, we've seen some great numbers. if you compare it to the projected target for 2026. I'll look at few economic indicators like inflation. Government was targeting 8% or plus, 2 minus percentage. We are doing about 5.3%, which is very important to us as businesses. What's reduction in inflation due to the ordinary Ghanaian is safeguard your disposable income, and as businesses, it's also protect our working capital. And that has been very successful because they've been able to manage our forex. You see, as traders and businesses, our biggest backbone is forex because of the environment we find ourselves.
And in the health year, would you say that you've had some stability?
Oh, yes. You know, when we saw dollar or forex coming down, our challenge was how will it be stable for us to be able to plan into the future.
Right.
And we can all attest to the fact that for about a year now, at least we can project our next business plan in the next 3 months because of stability. And that has also bring some level of safeguard into our business environment. What it does is that it also, when forex goes down and our city outperform forex, what it does is also reduces inflation naturally. And when inflation is down, then Bank of Ghana have no other option to also review policy rates.
Right.
So over the period, we realize that Bank of Ghana have kept policy rate within 14%. And the positive effect is that Ghana reference rate also have come down within the range of 10%. Now it's about 10.59%. GRR, that's the Ghana reference rate, is a benchmark that banks also look at to lend to businesses. So if we're having a benchmark of about 10.59%, and banks have to add their risk premium even about 2%, that means that if your business is good, you should be lending from the bank within the range of 12 to 13%, which is a good indicator in terms of creating an environment for business to grow. Our concern, however, was that...
I thought you were going to say it's reduced, but it's still high
no,
for
it's
businesses.
reduced. It's reduced, but it's so high. Like the Olivers, we always ask for more.
Right.
Differently. You see, however, posting these positive indicators, it's not the panacea to the challenges within the business environment. You realize that from March, government introduced the AI Publican, which also offshoots cost of importing.
Right.
Of course, this also comes unplanned because we never anticipated that government was going to introduce such kind of policies within our port system, which of course cost us because we have to then fall on debt financing to make up the shorts. Because if ideally my import cost was at 50,000, now I'm doing about 150,000. The difference of 100,000 I have to borrow to shore up so that I can do that, which becomes a cost to us doing business, which of course also increasing cost of operation in terms of business. So those are some of the issues that we raise.
And for those who do not know yet what the Publican is, it's the new clearance system
Exactly.
at the ports.
Yes, like artificial intelligence that we've all come to accept that that's the direction of the world. They introduced that to assess import cost. And the challenge that we raised was that if government is so much interested in raking revenue, it is not about introducing AI Publican, but rather looking at your tax handles. In Ghana, at the post services, we're looking at about 18 different handles when it comes to tax and para tariffs. Let me give you, looking at import duty, import VAT, processing fee, just a minute, ECOWAS levy, network charge VAT, Ghana Shippers Authority, SNM fee, import, National Health Insurance levy, network charge, National Health Insurance, 1% withholding tax on imports, Ghana Health Service disinfection fee, Ministry of Trade and Industry, EIDF fee, special import levy, Ghana export import.
How many are they?
About 18 tax handles just to clear goods from the port. So you see, when it becomes difficult for people to pay for taxes, they will evade taxes. So you don't address the solution of evasion by introducing AI. Because we have all come to agree that we have porous borders across our countries. So what you're supposed to do is, how do I make taxes much more affordable to my people?
So
that we can increase self-compliance.
What do you hope to hear when it comes to the Publican? Because the truth of the matter is, despite what businesses have said, Publican has brought in some money. Would expect to hear from the finance minister
Yes.
how much has been cleared from that, because it's been a very huge focus for the ministry. And so what do you hope to hear when it comes to the implementation of Publican second half of the year?
All right. So basically, yeah, it's good for government to beat its chest that AI Publican have brought in a lot of revenue to it. But its dotted effect to businesses, collapsing businesses. And we are the engine of growth. So it is not always about revenue raking, but it's like introducing something that's much more sustainable. So what we are looking at that we've been calling for is in terms of import taxes, rationalization of our taxes. When tax becomes affordable and simple, it becomes much more incentives for people to pay. That's self-compliance. Okay, what we are looking at is technology cannot be used as a punitive to business challenges, but rather it should reform and bring the price differentials are such that you cannot use a retail price as a data source to determine the cost of importation.
We're going to have time to talk about, customs and clearance and all that. But let me take initial comments also from Dennis. Dennis, we've heard the figures. Many of the figures look and sound good.
Yeah.
But how does it reflect the lived experiences of the Ghanaian people as far as your work is concerned? What have you seen?
All right, so good morning to you, or good afternoon to you, sorry, and your viewers. I mean, it's been something that has been topical, for a long time. The fact that in terms of numbers, we have an economy that perhaps have been growing for the major part of the last 10 years at a rate between 5 to 7%, which when compared to, even global rates or rates in other, more advanced economies, it's really high, by that standard. And so you would expect such an economy to be able to, produce a lot of jobs, create industries,
Right.
new businesses. But the fact is that the job creation potential of our economy is, challenged, a bit due to the structure of our economy. Right, majorly the value that you are assigning to your internal production really comes from primary products, and so you are not adding much value, which then would create industries, or necessarily the creation of industries that will create jobs. And that is what we are trying to move away from with the introduction of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. It's another import substitution policy, if you look at it. And we've seen many of such policies in time past. The challenge has always been with implementation, how we manage to really get it rolling. We haven't been that successful. The difference with this 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the way it's been wired. Previously, we've had instances where similar import substitution policies have been rolled out on silo basis, so maybe targeting a particular sector without paying attention to how the risk and opportunities will flow and affect other sectors. This one has been brought into one framework where it's considered largely all the growth sectors, or sectors identified as growth sectors to say so, and has wired in such a way that you see how the opportunities and risks flows into others, and how the other sectors harnesses those risks and opportunities to
Right.
for that transformational growth that we are pursuing. So I would like to see how we transition from the stability that we have enjoyed so far to the transformational
I
growth
wonder
that we
if
are
it's
pursuing.
too soon.
Well,
If it's too soon.
yes, it's always too soon, but as a baby, you take your initial steps, you know that this baby is on its way to really walking, or when you start crawling. We want to see, something that tells us that, yes, we are moving in that direction. It could be preparatory work, because you've launched the 24-hour economy. Since then, there's been a 24-hour secretariat, and I haven't heard much in terms of updates. How are you engaging private sector investors?
They have been building some markets across the country.
Yeah, so we
You
need
have
to
seen
know.
the launches and the salt cutting ceremonies for the 24-hour markets. I know you want to say something about that, but let's have
Exactly.
time.
So, I mean, if in my role, I engage investors a lot. So if I'm asking that perhaps we need to have more information in that regard. Then there's something more that the 24-hour secretariat need to do. Maybe they're engaging out there, doing the preparatory work, feasibility study, etc. I'm not seeing those, right? And those are the preparatory work that investors would want to see that, yes, the government is committed to this program, and we should also come on board, because it's just a framework. Government is just playing a facilitative role so that private investors will have the confidence to put in their money.
And the markets are not enough for that.
Yes, I mean,
The
so
24-hour markets. I mean, so let me put
that's
let me
just
put
very
the question-
specific.
Let me put the question in a way that does not corner you, right? You're asking government to take steps that will be visible to investors. Now, what
Yes.
I'm asking is whether or not the sword-cutting ceremonies for the 24-hour markets could play that role. What do you think?
I mean, it's part of it. It's perhaps a bit up the value chain, because we are looking at producing to feed those markets as well. So if, for instance, demand has not been set right, if people are not, in the position to demand goods, and in fact, first of all, you have to be in the position to be able to produce the goods and services that people would demand, and then create the market on the back of that. So you can't go ahead and say, I've created a 24-hour market when people are not in the position to operate within that market and in that concept of 24-hour economy. So what we are saying here is we want to see, an update on the 24-hour economy in particular. What are the investments that the government has made, and how can we expect that to, transition into the transformational growth that we are talking about? I mean, that's the main thing. And I say that because if you look at the 2026 budget, it moves away from a bit away from stabilization, which was a theme within the 2025 budget. It now looks at how we can leverage the stability to pursue that transformational growth. And I did indicate that we can't say we are running an economy that has struggled to grow. The problem is the direction of the growth. We should grow in a way that changes the structure of the economy, so that we are not still remaining largely import dependent. We are producing to substitute our imports. We are creating industries which then, on the back of that, are creating jobs for our people. At the end of the day, we have an economy. When you look at the structure, the people, the locals own that economy. Okay, so it's not just about posting growth, 6%, whatever. Those are high growth by any standards, but you want to grow in a certain direction that transforms the structure of the economy. And want to, him to touch on that. Beyond that, there are the other policies that, have brought us to this macroeconomic stability. We want updates on that. Debt sustainability, fiscal discipline, which is what was prioritized in 2025, and of course, it remained a priority in 2026. Policy coordination between BOG and MOF. And then the updates on the various macroeconomic, indicators. There are also things around VAT reforms. I think that would be of grave interest to you. You guys are already calling for that to be looked at again. But I don't think there will be any change in this media budget.
They're not handling any of the taxes. But what we are asking for basically is the import tax reforms, so that there will be self-compliance. You see, there's always a correlation between tax rate and revenue mobilization. When you breach that level of acceptance, diminishing returns enters and people runs away from paying taxes. That's what we've been calling for. Don't increase taxes, but what is there, the overlapping taxes, take some off. I read about 18 tax handles when it comes to our imports. When you benchmark that to maybe Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, it's not like that. But when they're talking about revenue mobilization, they benchmark it to other African countries. But they have not averted their minds to their tax handles and how affordable and simple their taxes are. So yes, we're not expecting any increase in taxes or introduction of new taxes, but it's very critical
that we review.
Exactly, especially when we are talking about growth that is real and very infectious in terms of economic growth is concerned, right? The other thing that you raised about the 24-hour economy, you see, I wish they would not do a wholesale policy like they did previously. My call has always been, let's look at the 1D, 1F. What were the challenges? What were the pitfalls? What can we learn from it? So that it won't be like we are reinventing the wheels. We get going. Typical example when it comes to 1D, 1F, the challenge was you have to go to a bank. And government says, I'm subsidizing the interest rates. Maybe if it was 35, government says, maybe I'm taking 25%, pay 10%. a moment where the bank do its analysis and realize that if I give you 35 to an individual without going to government, he will not supply that money to 1D1F. So I would have wished we could have had a dedicated vehicle to raise funds, capital, to support such policy without recourse to maybe commercial banks or other institutions. When you want to do venture capital, you go through that rudiment, which of course will defeat the purpose of it. So I would have wished probably we have about 16 regions. Each of these regions, what are their competitive advantage in terms of production, in terms of doing business? Let me identify them. If it's Ashanti region, we can identify 5 good businesses. Let's start the 24-hour economy.
Already existing
businesses. What support units? Sometimes it's not about capital injection. Sometimes it's about managerial support that they need. Sometimes creating that market for them, even outside Ghana. That is what we are looking for. So it shouldn't be like a boardroom conversation that will never come to the market forever. Because for us, we believe it's supposed to be the 10 key to change the narratives in terms of our economic discussions. But if we don't take care, it will be like, what word should I use? Like Egyptian mom, which never gets happen in the market. But business suffers for it. And you see, when we fail to do some of these things that could ignite economic growth, it will get a time you will not be getting the type of revenue that you'll be expecting as government. Well, then you have no other option than to go and increase taxes.
Doc, I'll let you make a point, but I also want to say that just to clarify the point, the 24-hour economy project, it's hard to classify what it is at this time, but the 24-hour economy project is not just for new businesses. Existing businesses can also take advantage of the environment that government is creating.
Yeah.
So I'm going to come back to you. I know you have a few things to say. But I also want to show you some live pictures from Parliament because the chamber is busy. I'm told that we've lost that connection. But what you were seeing at the time we were having the conversations were live pictures from Parliament where debate has started already. We are still expecting the finance minister to make his way to the chamber when the mid-year budget review statement presentation will actually happen. But right now, let me take you to Makola, where Safwa Boaheng is on standby, engaging with some of the market women on their own expectations ahead of the review.
Today, all eyes will be in Parliament as the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassia Olatuposan, presents the 2026 mid-year budget review. 6 months after the national budget was presented, Ghanaians, or many Ghanaians, are asking one simple question: has life become any better? For traders at the Makola market, they do not measure the economy in graphs or statistics, but they measure the economy in the sales they are making, whether good or bad, in terms of the profits they are making, or are they recording any losses. Today we'll be taking a cross-section of the traders at Makola market to find out their views and their review 6 months down the line, and also if they have any expectations ahead of the budget review today.
Obviously, Obia Casa Comadia, Yetimates na Hosa, customers and Yatunia Sasala, Obia Comadi, Beblena and Person Becano, because in toast, as I'm a tontos, back of 5 cities. So, what is the essence of Akafocas and Emma for Ablametontos 5 cities? At the finance minister, I say, one on Bechatu, I say, who nipa simesi anawa otonse wa otonse munya market anata mubi bia enye baako a no mo ni dadifo na kasa no mubi bia ye baako
mommy share market ni maye na mommy reduce niema so kakra emaye na nkrofo meto ade emaye because eyedin ye kwanwa na wafoka aba wo betena sisa na ye hwe wanim na wo kofie akwala bedidi osu bedidi ubebu nsuo hwe light bill nti yen hwe maye na reduce kakra maye na nkrofo a wo fie beto ade maye
ye make chance wo mo na ye mo pa dadifo ye mo bo niema no wo sokoto wo ba ye nto wo bo na o se mahama sa ate niema so na de na mo de mo ayere so enso won te hwe so kozua mienu 5 so kwa se yase atum se wo kwoto 65 wo to obanya 5 cedi makos bibia abo ye de ye ho chiri ye nti ye sre nada wo mo ye wo lusu niema
ye hu hwe fiti Monday
Ebesi ne Thursday ya mijira me need 200 da so de bia me fuka akofie na mafo aba. Yes, it on better petrol. Nti omo san to mu de omo akuye kura because say no car no me fi mala mo ba me fro 3 times and some ma bedu akra anwumira kura de etwa price to so wo kwa ka so 50 30 wo kwa mala ma 20 wo ni sika na che se wo be kina ho sai bu ho akia to na yefo ansa na yakofie nti yesre wo omo ngogo ne ma mu ma kakra
ene ma mo pa amonu ponso ene papa de ni bi rubber de no onu a enframa udisi ja so o tie na udisi for enframa fa so na ye den no pa na ya te so amaye o customer ya se atutu bibia mu o ko to de na de be chi o se ya tum ya na so ne da be na yotu mo de o se ya tum nti yan so ya ba ne so ya tum ya fita no pa ya ba ya nto ade 50 Ghana mpo ma ye
mpacho ni amane de enko so na sana ye tonu asa na ye tonu e bia price no omu sana price no kono emba for sana etini sa na fe de say ye be kan budget na e bia nyama cost ye be ye de ye nim de be ye enti ye pa cho sa be kan budget a emra na cha sa omu chichi nyama so ma na ye nya ye hu di so ti ase enti cha de hwe enko so wo krom
sesi a de enuoma ne se ne enuoma ekono esi enuoma ekosoro sesi afiti anopa kura me ba ya me bebe shedwa me tinsa wom na me fo kamba afiti anopa me bebe shedwa me ba ko ge chako 20 cedis me ba ko na yato obi aba no bebisa na aka 20 cedis na o se ne boy den ye nte so o se the pep student o bebisa pep student me ti 20 cedis o se enso ye ma 15 cedis me so me kokoton store ton 18 cedis me ton 15 cedis sesi enuoma ekosoro ti yeslemo mon hwe mai na enuoma emra fom.
For those traders, the numbers in the budget will matter only if they translate into lower costs, more customers, and a little relief at the end of the day. As Parliament prepares for the Finance Minister's address this afternoon, the women and men of Makola say they are not looking for promises. They are looking for proof that the economy is beginning to work for ordinary Ghanaians once again. Safa Boyni, TV3 News, Makola Market.
Safwa Bahin with that report. Thank you very much, Safwa, for bringing us those views from the Makola market. It's still our continuing coverage here on TV3 of the 2026 mid-year budget review. Our understanding is that the House has briefly suspended. By that I mean Parliament has briefly suspended. We'll get our correspondent on the ground to share with us exactly what that means. We also know that the Finance Minister has arrived for the mid-year budget review presentation. In a tad, we will connect with our correspondent on the ground and bring you the latest from there as well. Now, with the arrival of the Finance Minister, that means that we are this close to bringing you that live coverage and learning what the second half of 2026 holds for us as a Ghanaian people. But still with me in the studio are Dr. Eric Boakye Adom, Dennis Brown, and Charles Appiah Kubi. We've been discussing, how the year has gone so far, what our projections are heading into the budget presentation, mid-year budget presentation, but also a bit of a debate here around our lived experiences, as against the good figures on paper of the macroeconomic indicators, right? Yeah. And when you listen to the Makola women as well, it seems it's a very common view of all the traders that we've spoken to, Abosokai, Makola, Madina Market, everywhere. The conversation is the same, that things are expensive or people are not able to buy from us anymore. I'll start off with you. Why do you think that is the case? That, look, the numbers look good on paper, but our lived experiences are not the same?
Thank you. Before we went for the break, we were talking about the Publican AI, and I just wanted to
make a point on
that. From our understanding, Publican AI did not add additional taxes. And it's the same thing that businesses you used to pay. So I'm struggling to understand the argument made by...
He's here, so I'll make him make his own point, because I was going to say that.
And if there are, let's say, overvaluation, that will be more of technical issues, and I think the AI or whatever system needs to be resolved. But until then, I think what we pay, even with the VAT composition, it has rather reduced by 1.9%, you know, per the new consolidated one they're paying. So I think if there are challenges with the system, when you should be able to...
Well, a quick reaction to that, then we can move into the issues
so basically,
surrounding the
AI is not a tax handle.
Yes.
That's a fact. But it's an import valuation tool, all right? But when they introduce AI Publican, what actually he does is shop around the globe and pick prices of commodities and benchmark it based on your invoices that you have presented. And then project a certain figure that this is the right amount you're supposed to price your item.
Right.
Okay. So that variation brought the differences. So I have with me, what do you call it, someone's document. In April, he imports like bags. He brings them here to reassemble them in Ghana. His duty was about 50,000 Ghana cedis.
For a 40-footer container?
For a 20-footer container.
Okay, all right.
July, same product, same quantity. Import value is 150,000 Ghana cedis.
I see.
Yeah.
You see, that's where...
So that's an issue of overvaluation.
Yes, and that's why I question their source of data in terms of price of items. Because if I am procuring an item from China, which we know product in China is cheaper, and you are using maybe a data from United States of America, the price is different, and you introduce that in Ghana, of course, you're going to create that kind of difficulty for importers.
Yeah, that's a real challenge.
So
you
it's
identify
good,
that.
it's good you are not explaining. At first, we were going through the tax component. And,
No.
and it almost appears.
It was a separate issue, I said.
It's been a long-standing issue.
No, it's
that
a
there
separate...
are too many...
You see, we had raised an
tax
issue.
handles.
We did a press release on how government should handle challenges when it comes to revenue.
Right.
As against AI Publican.
Yeah.
So whilst I was making my presentation, she raised it, so I needed to address that. Yeah. So we know AI is not a tax handle.
So we are not bundling the
it's
two
not a tax
issues.
handle.
Okay.
The long-standing issue of too many tax handles is different from
the AI Publican.
the overvaluation.
Yes.
But has it stabilized the overvaluation?
Now they've opened a window for appeal. Okay, so I mean, there's some resolutions that is coming up, and I mean, true to the fact, they have a technical committee that between Trade and Ministry of Finance and GRA that we are looking at it to ensure that AI understand the dynamics so that they serve us right.
Right. Right. Now to the point.
Because what he's saying is not, in terms of the price going up, it's not reflecting in the inflation. That's why I came from that angle. That when you look at the inflation figures, more of domestic produced goods that is feeding went up about 6.7%. I mean, contributing close to about 80%. So I was struggling to connect the two. You know.
Let me give you a typical example. The market has a certain strength that it can absorb certain costs. As businesses, we've assessed the market. So there are certain costs we don't push to the market. Yeah. We are complaining about slow movement of product in the market. And if you have to transport the cost at the port to the market, everybody will run away.
Right.
So businesses are absorbing this kind of cost to ensure that at least we can be active in the market. That's why probably it's not indicating in terms of the inflation figures. Indicators.
Okay.
Yeah.
But to come to the point about the translation and what's happened on the market, they say, Kemini, I'm not sure that you will go to the market to buy more food stuff because a new market has been opened in your area. You buy because you have the purchasing power and there's demand for it.
Correct.
So in as much as 24-hour economy markets that have been opened across the various constituencies or country, it's a good thing. It will not necessarily create employment. And the disconnect that we are talking about is because people don't have money in their pocket. They don't have money because most of them are unemployed. Those who are employed are within vulnerable jobs that are not earning enough, you know, to be able to afford the goods and services. So we have to address the unemployment issues. And also, when you look at the minimum wage across the sub-Saharan, we have one of the lowest. I mean, so the purchasing power generally is reduced. So people are not able to afford goods and services. And then again, I think that it's time for the government to start spending strategically in especially flagship projects.
Right.
Like
So let's take it a step at a time, right? On the subject of linking employment to people's ability to purchase whatever is on the market, how do we explain those who are employed yet still cannot buy? How do we explain that disconnect as well?
Okay, so in this year alone, utility bills have gone up. So water bill, light bill, they've all gone up. You have to spend your money on necessities. So you have to look at, I'm earning the same, my salary hasn't changed much. I have light bill to pay. Should I go shopping? I have water bill to pay. I have maybe those who are not within the school, free school system, I have school fees to pay. So you end up using the money to spend on necessities rather than going to the market, to shop or to buy.
Right.
And as we interview them, I was asking, have they been handpicked? I mean, they all seems to be saying almost the same thing, and they're all facing the same challenges. So what it means that the economy has been, like it is tight. The things are cheap. I did an experiment at the Medina market a while ago with phone dealers, and I was asking them about phone prices and whether consumers are buying, because the dollar rate was down relatively to previous years. So I was expecting that purchasing should have gone up. And they said that yes, it's true that dollar rate has gone down, phone prices have gone up. People are so unable to buy because the ability to buy is not there. And the government being the biggest investor in the economy, if you are not spending enough, it means that the purchasing power is not going to be there. So strategic spending, in terms of spending on your flagship projects, flagship like the 24-hour economy plus the big push, I like it.
But when you think about it, government is really spending. And it brings to the point that you have made already, direction. Are we then saying that government may be spending on the less, not less important, but I want you to analyze the direction for us, right? Because government is spending, big push. Money has been released for big push. We also know that government has released a lot of money. The government paid nearly $400 million for our energy alone, for the IPP's legacy debts alone. We know that there's been a number of other spending to clear our debts, both domestically and externally. So is it a matter of, explain when you tell us that perhaps the direction could be the problem?
Yeah, of course. When I say the direction could be the problem, what I meant was, not repeating what we've done in time past in terms of prioritizing what the economists call recurrent expenditure ahead of capital expenditure. So capital expenditure, like the big push, will put money in the pockets of people. I don't know where they are currently. That's why I said I'm expecting an update on that. Yes, and most capital expenditure will even have some gestation period in terms of the impact on the economy. It's not as if once you hear they release the money, then it's already in the pockets of people. I mean, projects would have to be implemented, would have to achieve a certain level of progress before.
Which means that we are spending, so there is money circulating. Well, but why is it not connecting with our lived experiences? Because IPPs have been paid, means there's money in our system.
Like you said earlier, some of the monies that have been received can even be classified as spent money. Because these are
because of the
that
time duration, that's those that were held. Okay, when you look at the construction firm, most of contractors, they procure their funding from the banks. Okay,
right.
And you have procured a facility from the bank with an interest rate on it that keeps on counting every day, every month. You spend the money on construction. Payment on construction have not been given to you. Your interests are accruing. So your loan with the bank is ballowing. So at the time government pays you your loan, or your contracting fee, you have huge debt to pay at the bank. So the bank swallows everything the government pays to you. So monies that were meant for circulation to have the multiplier economic effects will be zero.
But then if we look at that cycle alone.
In any economy across the globe, when they start experiencing a reduction in inflation, sales also slows down. Reason, the stability in prices. So there's no rush to buy things. As compared to a period, every day price of items were changing.
Like
In 2020, in 2024, I went to a shop to pick a pro forma invoice for someone. The person told me that the pro forma invoice is valid for 24 hours, which means the next day, price could change. So if I have money, I'll rush and go and buy it so that there won't be any price change.
Stock up.
So you could see people rushing to buy items. That ignites sales. But where there's that stability and that assurance.
You know, then it makes me question what exactly works for us as a people.
No.
Yeah.
But before I let you come in. Right?
So basically.
No, Charles, hold on, because I want to stay with Dennis, right? We've talked about how much government has spent. At the same time, the general conversation has been that government is not spending. So here's where I want you to come in. Is it really the case government is not spending? What does research tell you about government spending habits? Is it enough? Is it that the government is spending but not enough, not on the right things to boost the economic growth that we want?
I think the government has been generally cautious when it comes to spending, because the 2025 budget, right? When you look at the capital expenditure budget, we all complained that it was, too limited or too low. And then in 2026, they showed that we are going for the big push. So they put that, money in the budget, and we had expected that to then, roll out. But I think it's only up until recently that we are hearing that monies for the big push has been released. Like I said, for such major infrastructure projects, there's always bound to be a certain gestation period. It's not as if once you hear that money has been released, then you just start seeing things move in the market. Projects would have to be, rolled out. They have to be real work. Some of them will take a while to even, come across the initial preparatory works before then you see traction, right? So maybe the impact will be felt in, some months from now, if indeed the monies for the big push has been released, and then we expect all these projects, right? So it might take some time.
It will roll out.
Yes, it will roll out. Yes, but in terms of, the lived experiences, I think from what we are hearing, those are, general concerns. When a market woman says they are not buying anything, it doesn't mean nobody's buying anything.
Young people are also saying that, in fact, there are jobs. Contrary to the fact that job creation or employment is a bit tight. They say there are jobs, but the salaries are too low. So then they have a low purchasing power, even though the items are reduced. Their personal economies is expensive.
Yeah, I mean, people are rational beings, like the economists will tell you. If you give me a job offer, okay, and I do my math and I realize that my transportation cost will be higher than my salary, I won't take it up. You may then go about to the story that there's no job, I'm giving you a job, you are not taking it. But I would have done my math and noted that just transportation will be higher than, what you are offering me in terms of salary. So I won't take, I'm better off being unemployed, because the other option would be to be actively employed and incur cost, which as a rational being does not make sense to me. So those scenarios are there.
Right.
But the point I was making...
Quite multifaceted.
You are one of the people...
Let me bring in Dr. Boakye. He hasn't spoken...
Just a passing comment about employment.
He also wanted to make a passing comment.
The universities have to help us.
Charles, hang on. Let's Dr. Boakye
with the orientation.
So that we'll all have a bite at it before we go to Parliament.
Okay.
Dr. Boakye.
Yes, I have a contrary view as to prices falling. That is why people are not buying. My salary hasn't gone up. The thing I used to buy was once it has reduced to 80 pesos. Now, relatively, my purchasing power has gone up that I can afford it even more. So I am thinking that the reasons why they are not buying is basically because the money is not there. I mean, and like you rightly mentioned, those that are working or those who are not, young people that are not taking their jobs, they are within what we call vulnerable employment. The employment is not something which is decent that they will be able to hold their head high on it. And I'm thinking that the government should have costed its flagship project by the end of 2024. So it should have reflected in the 2025 budget. So that the implementation
Which government? The government of Akufo-Addo should have costed... No. So explain that to me.
I'm saying that the government took over... he read the December budget in 2024. 2025, early 2025. We had some periodic... I'm saying that the flagship project, they should have hit the ground running.
From their very first budget?
From their very first budget, because you are now coming to do CAPEX expenditure. You cannot construct a factory, build market within a day. It will take you a long time. So by the time the next election is coming, it will almost appear you've not done anything. You know, but if you had probably costed before you in 2024, by 2025 you are ready. And you know that this is where you are supposed to spend, this is how much you're supposed to put in that. You are ready, you hit the ground. By now, I'm sure that the level of jobs or the number of jobs they wanted to create would have probably been more than what we see.
Oh, but remember that they needed a recovery period.
Yeah, I think they were prioritizing
recovery,
and
stabilization.
They didn't want to put too many things in the expenditure budget.
We see, when we say recovery, we know that the figures, the economic figures we had started turning at the latter part of 2024. So we know that we were on the way to recovery. You might not have the money to hit the ground at a go, but the initial and the preparatory stages would have started. Securing land, if you look at the market, they are now trying to secure the lands and doing all the legal and administrative things. So
just quickly, for our viewers, the finance minister is seated in your shots there. Those are current and live pictures from Parliament. The majority leader, Mahama Yariga, is on the floor, obviously addressing the chamber. Next to him is the finance minister, who's seated there in his navy blue suit and a tie from the family of red. I cannot tell if it's pink or a variation of red, but it is from the family of red, and white shirt over there. Very, very on brand for him to show up like that, dressed like that. He's smiling. I wonder why. Let's take a listen in briefly and then come back into the studio. Maybe he has good news for the Ghanaian people.
And be guided by that one. Yes, Minority Leader. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, we're happy the Finance Minister is here. My main concern is that on the government side, I see a lot of empty seats. I'm in opposition. Mr. Speaker, this tells us how government side takes this budget. Mr. Speaker, all ministers are supposed to be here. Mr. Speaker, I can count the number of cabinet ministers here. Mr. Speaker, cabinet ministers are supposed and listen to the finance minister. But Mr. Speaker, it's okay. We are here to listen to him. If they have decided not to come in their numbers, it's fine. We have picked the signal. But the leader of government business has given an indication. So some of the facts will be contentious. We hope that the finance minister will record and address this house on arising out of the Nkukon Ketenkete, which according to the Greek minister, the beneficiaries are eating the fowl. They are confirmed. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter we hope you would address. Yes. They are confirmed. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter we hope you would address. Yes, Majority Leader. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when the Akoko Nketekete project started and they were distributing the day-old chicks, Honorable Afenyomakin failed to take advantage, and so he didn't go for some of the day-old chicks. Others went and took the day-old chicks. Now they have matured, and they are now Akoko Nketekete. And when they prepare their light soup and take, he's worried and complaining all over the place. Please, the whole object of Akoko and Nketekete is so that they will mature into big beds, and then they will be sold and they will be utilized for light soup. So if they are being utilized for light soup, now what is your problem? What is your problem? Mr. Speaker, I think on this very light note, I want to urge colleagues, let's allow the process to continue.
Yes, honorable members, on your behalf, I invite the Minister of Finance to make the statement.
Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of His Excellency the President, President John Dramani Mahama, I have the humble duty to present the Media Fiscal Policy Review of the 2026 Budget and Economic Policy of Government. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed with this Media Fiscal Policy Review, I wish to acknowledge the devastating floods that struck part of our country last month. Right Honorable Speaker, as honorable members will recall, the floods claimed lives, displaced families, destroyed businesses, and caused extensive damage to public infrastructure. Ghana was not alone. Similar floods also affected Nigeria, La Côte d'Ivoire, and Sierra Leone, highlighting the growing flood risk across West African coastline and the effect of climate change. Mr. Speaker, government responded swiftly by visiting the hardest hit communities, releasing funds for emergency relief, and launching a nationwide cleanup exercise. On the direction of His Excellency the President, I am making available additional resources for ongoing dredging and construction of critical drains in the affected areas. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President has directed the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources to develop a comprehensive and permanent solution to flooding in Accra and other flood-prone areas across the country. The necessary funding for the implementation of this permanent solution will be provided in the 2027 budget and the medium term. Mr. Speaker, I stand before this House with a deep sense of pride and confidence, born out of strong performance in the last 1.5 years in the management of the Ghanaian economy. Right Honorable Speaker, this confidence is grounded in sound policy, in evidence, in measurable performance, and in credible data, and most importantly, in the lived experience of Ghanaians who endured a profound economic crisis and are now standing on firmer ground. Mr. Speaker, Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921, requires the Minister for Finance to present to Parliament a media fiscal policy review not later than 31st of July of each year. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here in fulfillment of this legal and constitutional obligation. Mr. Speaker, today I am not here to seek a supplementary estimate. The 2026 appropriations remains unchanged. Right Honorable Speaker, however, we are undertaking a strategic realignment of expenditures within the existing appropriations. Mr. Speaker, government also affirms the following macroeconomic target for 2026. Overall GDP growth of at least 4.8%. Non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.9%. overall GDP growth of at least 4.8%. Non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.9%. Mr. Speaker, end-year inflation of 8% plus or minus 2%. A primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP on commitment basis, and a gross international reserves sufficient to cover not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, beyond fulfilling a statutory obligation, these statements tell the story of where Ghana stood, where Ghana stands today, and where Ghana is heading. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the full text of this mid-year fiscal policy review be captured in the Hansard in its entirety, while I present the highlights to this House. Mr. Speaker, before I present the details of our economic performance, we must briefly recall where we came from. I do so because the lessons of economic history must never be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, when this administration took office in January 2025, President Mahama inherited an economy on its knees. Right, Honorable Speaker, the economic crisis of 2022 was not merely an accident. It was the consequences of a series of wrong policy choices. Choices about reckless spending, choices about excessive and binge borrowing, choices about lack of accountability, and a failure to level with the people of Ghana about the true state of the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, the consequences of those wrong choices for the Ghanaian people were so severe. The cedi depreciated at levels never seen before, eroding savings, businesses, business capital, and purchasing power of millions of Ghanaians. Inflation exceeded 50%, dramatically increasing the cost of living and placing basic necessities beyond the reach of many people. Real disposable incomes declined sharply. Interest rates surged, making credit expensive for the private sector. Investor confidence collapsed. International reserves fell to extremely low levels. International credit rating agencies downgraded Ghana's sovereign debt to levels never seen in our history. Mr. Speaker, Ghana lost access to the international capital market. The previous government implemented most painful debt restructuring program that imposed crude and painful haircuts on domestic and external bondholders. Financial institutions and individual bondholders also suffered significant losses, with many losing their lifetime of savings. Even pensioners were not spared the burden of crude and painful haircuts under the DDP. Mr. Speaker, and businesses closed or relocated, jobs were lost, and many households that had escaped poverty fell back into hardships. Mr. Speaker, this is an honest account of the economy and the one that His Excellency the President inherited. We recount this event not to dwell on the past, but to remind ourselves of the heavy price of fiscal indiscipline, excessive borrowing, weak accountability, and dishonest economic management. Mr. Speaker, Ghana must never be brought this low again. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. These painful experiences must strengthen our collective resolve to safeguard macroeconomic stability and ensure that such a crisis is never repeated. As a nation, we must internalize the true cost of economic mismanagement and commit ourselves to sound economic stewardship. Some lessons cannot simply be taught, they must be lived. But once learned, they must never be forgotten. Never again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this administration assumed office. When this administration assumed office, it moved swiftly and decisively to stabilize the economy and begin the work of national reconstruction. It was immediately clear that the old model of managing the economy had failed, and Ghana did not need incremental adjustment, but it needed structural reforms. We therefore took difficult but necessary decisions, which were neither politically convenient nor painless. These decisions demanded our collective sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, but they were necessary to restore stability and rebuild confidence. Right, Honorable Speaker, the progress Ghana is recording today did not happen by chance. Some have suggested that our recent macroeconomic gains are simply the product of good fortune. Others have attributed the recovery solely to the debt restructuring program or the IMF program inherited in 2025. But Mr. Speaker, I firmly disagree. Our recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I firmly disagree. Ghana's recovery is as a result of superior economic management. Debt restructuring may create fiscal space, but it does not create fiscal discipline. Right, Honorable Speaker, an IMF program may provide a framework, but it cannot substitute for sound policy, disciplined implementation, and political will. Sustainable economic recovery is built on good policy choices, competent economic management, and disciplined execution, and most importantly, courageous leadership. Mr. Speaker, the evidence before us is overwhelming. Ghana's recovery has been driven by a deliberate program of economic reforms implemented since President Mahama assumed office in January 2025. These reforms have strengthened public financial management, restored fiscal credibility, improved revenue mobilization, reduced fiscal risk, and reinforced macroeconomic stability. The results speak for themselves. Every major macroeconomic indicator has improved significantly. These outcomes are not accidental. They are the product of reforms, discipline, and sound economic management. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to place on record the reforms that have delivered this turnaround. Mr. Speaker, the recovery of the Ghanaian economy has been anchored on three key transformational policy reforms. These key transformational reforms are as follows. The first is fiscal correction. The second is the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. And the third is a complementary fiscal policy for inflation targeting and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, the first key transformational policy reform was fiscal correction. The objective was straightforward. First, to assume control over public finances. Second, is to introduce new expenditure discipline. And third, to place public debt on a sustainable path. We therefore recalibrated Ghana's fiscal framework to ensure greater efficiency, stronger accountability, and fairer burden sharing across government. Right, Honorable Speaker, the 2025 budget reset expenditure to 2023 nominal levels, eliminating wasteful spending that had weakened fiscal management over the years. As a result, primary expenditure declined sharply from 18.7% of GDP in 2024 to 13.2% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, a 5.5% adjustment without hurting economic growth. Most importantly, Right, Honorable Speaker, the primary balance also improved from a deficit of 2.9% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.5% of GDP in 2025, placing public debt firmly on a downward trajectory. Mr. Speaker, a fiscal adjustment expenditure led by 5.4% of GDP in one calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this sent an unmistakable signal to Ghanaians, investors, and other development partners that fiscal discipline is the new order. Mr. Speaker, government also recalibrated the IMF program, shifting the emphasis from revenue-led to expenditure-led fiscal consolidation to achieve a fairer sharing of the adjustment burden. We amended the Public Financial Management Act to institutionalize a binding fiscal rule requiring a minimum annual primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP and a debt-to-GDP ceiling of 45% by 2034. These reforms signaled that fiscal indiscipline would no longer define the Ghanaian state. Mr. Speaker, aside, we established the Value for Money Office to strengthen expenditure efficiency, improve the quality of public expenditure, and ensure that every cedi spent delivers maximum value for the Ghanaian people. We established the Fiscal Council to strengthen fiscal oversight, transparency, and accountability. We undertook a comprehensive audit of government payables to eliminate irregular obligations. We also enforced expenditure control. Government amended the Public Procurement Act to require commitment authorization before procurement. Mr. Speaker, this reform firmly linked procurement to approved budget and restored discipline to public expenditure management across the government. Right Honorable Speaker, for the first time, state-owned enterprises are now bound by the commitment authorization, restraining them from spending beyond their means. Mr. Speaker, over the last 10 years, liabilities of state-owned enterprises have added the equivalent of about 3% of GDP to Ghana's public debt every single year. Mr. Speaker, this occurred because state-owned enterprises failed to honor their contractual obligation, compelling government to assume and settle those liabilities. This contributed to the sharp rise in Ghana's public debt. As a result, Mr. Speaker, the resources that would have financed critical infrastructure were used to pay those SOEs' debt. This is part of the reason why Ghana's debt grew unsustainably without the bridges, roads, or hospitals to show for. Right Honorable Speaker, what is the point of ensuring that ministries and even Parliament live within their means if state-owned enterprises are permitted to run up liabilities that the taxpayer are ultimately forced to pay? Mr. Speaker, it is therefore important to recognize that Ghana's debt challenge was driven not only by fiscal deficit, but also by the unchecked accumulation of liabilities by state-owned enterprises. This is precisely why the commitment authorization regime would have been meaningless and ultimately ineffective had state-owned enterprises been excluded from its coverage. Right Honorable Speaker, we also operationalized the sinking fund to strengthen debt management and demonstrate to government that government is committed to meeting future debt obligation. We restored genuine fiscal decentralization by ensuring that at least 80% of the district assembly's common fund is transferred directly to assemblies to support local development. Right Honorable Speaker, we reduced the number of ministers from 123 at its peak to 60 and reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23 because, Mr. Speaker, because a leaner government is not merely good politics, but it's also a sound fiscal policy. We curtailed non-essential expenditure, including excessive foreign travel, workshops, conferences, and unnecessary vehicle procurement. We also discontinued low-impact programs like the Ghana Cares of Atampa and the U-Start to redirect scarce resources to national priorities. Mr. Speaker, the second key transformational policy reform was the modernization of Ghana's tax regime. The objective was very clear. First, to restore investor confidence. Second, to revive private enterprises. Third, to provide a relief to households and businesses, and also to increase domestic revenue through better policy, stronger compliance, and more efficient administration, not through higher tax reforms. We therefore abolished a number of nuisance taxes, including the following: e-levy, betting tax, COVID-19 health recovery levy, emission tax, VAT on motor insurance. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since 2015, we undertook comprehensive VAT reforms, removing distortions, improving efficiency, and strengthening compliance. More importantly, the reforms have left businesses with more working capital to invest, expand, and create jobs. We also introduced a sliding scale royalty regime for gold to ensure that Ghanaian people receive a fairer share of the economic returns from their natural resources. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond tax policy, we introduced major customs reforms supported by artificial intelligence and other digital technologies to strengthen compliance, reduce leakages, and improve revenue mobilization. Since the introduction of the AI-powered customs reforms, monthly customs revenue has increased by approximately 17%, reflecting stronger compliance, more effective enforcement, and significantly reduced leakages. We also amended the misuse of the tax refund account, ensure that resources intended for legitimate tax refund was no longer used as a slush fund. Mr. Speaker, the results have been remarkable. Despite abolishing multiple taxes and introducing no new tax handle, non-oil tax revenue increased by 0.5% of GDP, from 12.6% of GDP in 2024 to 13.1% of GDP in 2025. Mr. Speaker, simply put, government collected more taxes in 2025 even after abolishing the nuisance taxes, including the e-levy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the lesson here is simple. Better policy, stronger compliance, and smarter administration will always deliver more sustainable revenue than higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, the third key transformational policy reform was the introduction of a complementary fiscal policy to support inflation targeting, ensuring exchange rate stability, and building external resilience. Central to this reform was the establishment of the Ghana Gold Board to curb gold smuggling, formalize the gold trade, and ensure that a greater share of Ghana's mineral wealth benefit the Ghanaian people. Through this intervention, Ghana generated an additional $15 billion United States dollars in foreign exchange inflows from gold, significantly strengthening reserve accumulation and supporting exchange rate stability. This single policy measure improved Ghana's current account balance by 6.4 percentage points from a surplus of 1.9% in 2024 to 8.3% in 2025. Mr. Speaker, this represents a 4 times increment of the current account surplus in just 1 calendar year. Mr. Speaker, this was not simply a gold policy. This was a macroeconomic stabilization policy designed to strengthen the city, build external buffers, and restore confidence in the Ghanaian economy. To reinforce these gains, government developed and is implementing the Ghana Accelerated National Reserve Accumulation Policy, GANRAP, with the objective of increasing Ghana's international reserve to the equivalent of 15 months of import cover by end of 2028. In a landmark initiative, Mr. Speaker, government has also reached agreement with large-scale mining companies to purchase 30% of their annual gold production for refining by local refineries, strengthening domestic value addition and supporting reserve accumulation. Government further amended the Bank of Ghana Act to make inflation targeting a shared responsibility between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, ensuring stronger coordination between fiscal and monetary authorities. Mr. Speaker, economic reforms must ultimately be judged by their outcomes. I now turn to the evidence of what these key transformational policy reforms have delivered for the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the results of the last 8 months demonstrate that disciplined policies, competent economic management, and consistent implementation delivers tangible results. Real GDP growth grew by 6.0% in 2025, the fastest pace of economic expansion since 2019. Instructively, Mr. Speaker, non-oil GDP grew by 7.6% in 2025, the highest rate in 14 years, demonstrating that Ghana's recovery extends well beyond favorable commodity prices. Mr. Speaker, the momentum has continued into 2026. Real GDP growth reached 6.4% in the first half, exceeding expectations. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in our nation's history, the size of Ghana's economy exceeded $100 billion, firmly establishing Ghana as a major emerging market economy. Ghana's per capita income increased by more than $850 in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, rising from $2,527 in 2024 to $3,385 at the end of 2025. This is the highest per capita income ever recorded in our country's history. It is therefore not surprising that Ghana is now recognized as the 8th largest economy in Africa. Mr. Speaker, these are not mere statistics. They represent higher incomes, stronger businesses, greater opportunities, and an economy with an enhanced capacity to invest in its people. The labor market is also improving. Unemployment rate declined from 13.7% during the first 3 quarters of 2024 to 12.8% over the same period in 2025. Multidimensional poverty, which measures deprivation across living conditions, education, health, and employment, declined from 24.9% in Q3 of 2024 to 21.9% in Q3 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, this simply means that about 950,000 Ghanaians moved out of the multidimensional poverty in just 1 year. Mr. Speaker, behind these statistics are the hundreds of thousands of families who now enjoy better living conditions and greater hope for the future. Right Honorable Speaker, inflation perhaps tells the clearest story of all. Inflation declined from 23.8% in December 2024 to 5.4% at the end of 2025 and remained low at 5.3% in June 2026. Fiscal performance has also exceeded expectations. The primary balance on commitment basis recorded a surplus of 2.5% of GDP as at the end of 2025. By end of June 2026, we had achieved a primary surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis. We are firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, prudent fiscal management has also translated into a rapid decline in Ghana's public debt. The debt to GDP ratio fell from 61.8% of GDP, 61.8% at the end of 2024 to 44.7% at the end of 2025 and reached 45% by end of June 2026. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has therefore already achieved its statutory debt target of 45% of GDP, years ahead of both IMF program timeline and the targeted date established under the Public Financial Management Act. Mr. Speaker, debt service is also consuming a far smaller share of government revenue. Debt service as a share of domestic revenue declined sharply from 55.7% in 2022 to 28.8% in 2025, freeing up billions of cedis for schools, hospitals, roads, and other national priorities. Mr. Speaker, for the first time since April 2014, Ghana's external and overall risk of debt distress has improved from high to moderate. Even more significantly, the joint World Bank IMF debt sustainability analysis has moved Ghana from unsustainable in 2023 to sustainable in 2025, and now for the first time ever to sustainable with room to absorb shocks.
Honorable Minister, please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Finance Minister, you may continue.
Mr. Speaker, interest rates are singing from the same hymn book. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, a benchmark for the cost of short-term borrowing in Ghana, declined from 11% in December 2025 to 5.73% in June 2026, representing a 536 basis point reduction. The 182-day Treasury bill rate also fell from 12.52% to 7.69%, down by 483 basis points. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the 364-day Treasury bill rate declined from 12.94% to 12.82%, a 12 basis point decline. And across the entire yield curve, average decline was 344 basis points. 2 years, 3 years, and 5-year government bonds are now trading within the range of 11% to 12.6%, compared with about 20% a year ago. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary policy rate has also declined by a cumulative 1,300 basis points, from 27% in January 2025 to 14% in July 2026. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely lower interest rates, they are lower borrowing costs for households and businesses, creating room for entrepreneurs to invest, expand, and create jobs. We have also made significant strides on the external front. The current account recorded a surplus of 8.3% of GDP in 2025 and has remained strong through the first half of 2026. The cedi appreciated by 40.7% against the United States dollar in 2025, reversing years of sharp depreciation and restoring confidence in the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, taken together, these results demonstrate that the 2026 budget is firmly on track. The targets we set at the beginning of the year were not aspirational. They were grounded in sound policy, disciplined implementation, and realistic assumptions. The performance of the economy in the first half of 2026 confirms that we're on course to achieve them. Economic growth is exceeding target. Inflation is below the projected range. Fiscal performance is stronger than programmed, and the debt trajectory is improving faster than expectation. Mr. Speaker, the detailed macroeconomic performance will be presented in subsequent sections in this review. Right, Honorable Speaker, the commitment we made to the people of Ghana are being honored, and the results are evident. I now wish to speak, Mr. Speaker, I now wish to speak directly to every Ghanaian listening to me this afternoon. To the market trader whose purchasing power has improved because inflation has fallen. To the entrepreneur who can now borrow at lower interest rate to expand their businesses. And to the worker whose income now stretches further because the cedi has stabilized. These improvements are not abstract statistics. They are the dividend of sound and competent economic management. We recognize that the sacrifices required to restore the economy were significant, and that many households continue to face challenges. But we also know that the foundations of Ghana's economy are now firmly in place. Fiscal discipline has been restored. Macroeconomic stability has returned. Confidence has been rebuilt. And the institutions needed to safeguard these gains have been strengthened. Under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, Ghana is not going back. Ghana is moving forward. Mr. Speaker, the government that has delivered these results over the past 18 months has earned the trust to continue implementing the reforms that will secure Ghana's long-term prosperity. Right, Honorable Speaker, next week, the Executive Board of the IMF is expected to approve the final review of Ghana's Extended Credit Facility Program, bringing to a successful conclusion the financial bailout IMF program. The Executive Board is also expected to approve a 36-month policy coordination instrument, a non-financing arrangement designed for countries that no longer have and are not expected to face balance of payment needs. Mr. Speaker, the PCI will anchor our next phase of reforms, strengthening macroeconomic resilience, support broad-based growth, and signal our unwavering commitment to sound and disciplined macroeconomic policy. The PCI will support reforms across 6 priority areas. First is to maintain growth-friendly fiscal consolidation. Second is to preserve debt sustainability. Third is to strengthen fiscal transparency and governance. The fourth is to enhance monetary and exchange rate policy framework. The fifth is to reinforce financial sector stability. And finally, to promote economic diversity and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we believe our strong implementation record, together with the successful execution of the PCI, will strengthen Ghana's path towards investment grade status and enhance our ability to mobilize concessional and development financing for productive public investment. The PCI will include quantitative and 26 reform targets monitored through semi-annual reviews to ensure sustained implementation of reforms that are critical to achieve our ambitious policy objective. Mr. Speaker, the details of the PCI targets are provided in detail in the media fiscal review document before the House. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now turn to macroeconomic performance for the first half of the year. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has not merely met its first half-year target, it has exceeded them. Mr. Speaker, overall GDP growth was 6.4% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.8% full-year target. Non-oil GDP growth was 6.3% in the first quarter of 2026, well ahead of the 4.9% full-year target. Inflation has more than halved, falling from 13.7% in June 2025 to 5.3% by end of June 2026, against a target of 8 plus or minus 1% at the end of the year. The primary balance recorded a surplus of 0.9% of GDP on commitment basis, firmly on track to achieve our end-year target of 1.5% of GDP. Gross international reserves was 5 months of import cover as at end of June 2026, exceeding the target of at least 3 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, January to June 2026, fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, the provisional fiscal performance for the first half of 2026 is presented against the following approved 2026 fiscal target. Overall deficit target on commitment basis of 2.2% of GDP, primary surplus of 1.5% of the GDP, overall deficit on cash basis of 4% of GDP, and primary surplus on a cash basis of 0.4% of GDP. But Mr. Speaker, provisional fiscal outturn for the first half of 2026 was stronger than anticipated, indicating continued prudence in fiscal management and enhancing the government fiscal consolidation agenda. Non-oil tax revenue as at end of June 2026 was 6.4% of GDP compared to a target of 6.5% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, domestic revenue reached 7.7% of GDP by June 2026 compared to the target of 7.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grant reached 7.8% of GDP by June 2026 compared to a target of 7.9% of GDP. Total expenditure on commitment basis at the end of June 2026 was 8.0% of GDP against the half-year target of 9.9% of GDP. Primary expenditure, which excludes interest payment, was 6.6% of GDP by June 2026 compared to half-year target of 8.1% of GDP. Interest costs at 1.3% of GDP as at the end of June 2026 against the half-year target of 1.8% of GDP, indicating that we have saved on interest about 0.5% of GDP, reflecting lower interest rates and improved debt management. Mr. Speaker, this performance reflects the resolve of this administration to make difficult decisions, implement them consistently, and maintain unwavering fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, I now move to public debt. At the end of June 2026, domestic debt accounted for 54.4% of Ghana's total public debt portfolio, while external debt accounted for 45.6%. On the 17th of February 2026, government honored the 6th domestic debt exchange program coupon payment of 10.1 billion on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, the 7th DDEP coupon payment of 10.8 billion cedis falls due on the 18th of August 2026. Let me use this opportunity to assure this House that it will be paid on time and in full. Mr. Speaker, since January 2025, government has paid a total of $2.1 billion in principal and interest to Eurobond holders without placing undue pressure on Ghana's foreign exchange reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, there was a time when the world doubted us. Today, every payment made on time answers that doubt, assuring bondholders in London, pension funds in New York, and investors at home that our word is our bond. Payment after payment, coupon after coupon, Ghana is proving one thing beyond dispute. We now keep our word. We now keep our word. That is how market confidence is rebuilt, not through speeches, but through repayment. Mr. Speaker, financial markets have delivered their verdict on Ghana's disciplined fiscal policies and prudent debt management. Right, Honorable Speaker, borrowing costs are down by half. In other words, government is borrowing less. That alone has saved us, this country, 4.2 billion cedis in just 6 months. Mr. Speaker, as Treasury bill rates decline, lending rates across the banking sector are also falling, making it cheaper for households, entrepreneurs, and businesses to borrow, invest, and expand, and at the same time, create jobs. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's Eurobond yields have fallen by about 300 basis points since the beginning of the year. This is not just a number. It is the market vote of confidence in our economy and our reforms. 3 years ago, Mr. Speaker, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but we are not in hurry. We are not in hurry. Right, Honorable Speaker, 3 years ago, Ghana could not borrow on the international capital market at any price. Today, the market is inviting us back, but I want to assure you, we are not in hurry. 3 years ago, unsustainable debt defined our crisis. Today, our debt to GDP ratio has fallen to 45% and still declining, ahead of every target. Mr. Speaker, the work is not finished, and the PFM debt rule requires continuous vigilance. But the direction is right, the momentum is real, and the foundation is solid. Solid. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's external debt restructuring, initiated after the sovereign debt default of 2022, is now at its final stage. In just 3.5 years, Ghana has moved from default to credibility, from debt distress to debt sustainability, from market exclusion to a renewed investor confidence. This is an achievement every Ghanaian can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, following the 2022 public debt default, government could not borrow long-term in cedis and relied heavily and solely on treasury bills to finance the budget. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has now overcome what the economists describe as the original sin, which is the inability of a country to borrow over the long term in its own currency. Mr. Speaker, 3 years restriction on new cedi bond issuance introduced as a result of the debt default caused this original sin. Mr. Speaker, in April 2026, Ghana successfully raised $2.7 billion through its first 7-year cedi-denominated bond since the 2022 debt default. This marks an important step in rebuilding the domestic bond market and restoring long-term financing in our own currency. This further demonstrates that Ghana has regained the ability to mobilize long-term financing in its own currency for development. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm proud to announce that Ghana has now overcome the original sin. Mr. Speaker, we have overcome the original sin. Whilst I now take you to the sinking fund. While Ghana's debt restructuring is nearing completion, prudent debt management requires us to look beyond today to tomorrow's obligation. Mr. Speaker, in 2027, DDEP bonds that will fall due is 58 billion Ghana cedis. Another 53 billion Ghana cedis will fall due in 2028. In 2 years alone, Ghana has to repay 111 billion cedis. 111. Mr. Speaker, this is the true Agenda 111. Right, Honorable Speaker? This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Because the DDEP was not designed to solve Ghana's problems. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. This is the true Agenda 111 Ghana must deal with. Why? Why? Because the domestic debt exchange program was not designed to solve Ghana's debt problems. It was designed to postpone it deliberately, knowingly, and cynically, unfortunately. Mr. Speaker, its architect mortgaged tomorrow to survive today. Mr. Speaker, they had a duty to fix the roof. Instead, they moved the leak to another room and declared the house repaired. Right, Honorable Speaker? Meeting obligations of this magnitude requires advanced planning, not last-minute scrambling. This is precisely why this government has strengthened the sinking fund to set aside money to repay future debt obligations that we inherited. Right, Honorable Speaker, under the 2026-2029 medium-term debt management strategy, we pledge that 7% of non-oil tax revenue, together with proceeds from domestic bond issuance, will go into the sinking fund as a war chest for the 2027 and 2028 maturities. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to report that today, I can report to this House that as at 22nd of July, yesterday, the war chest holds 15.6 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we are on course to accumulate 30 billion cedis in the sinking fund by the end of the year 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, for your information, this will be enough to repay the 30 billion domestic debt exchange program debt that will fall due in February 2027. Mr. Speaker, brick by brick, city by city, we are building the wall that will meet the wave so that when 2027 and 2028 comes, Ghana will not scramble. Ghana will simply pay back this debt. This is the signal the sinking fund sent to investors, credit rating agencies, and the people of Ghana, making it clear that this government plans ahead, honors its commitment, and manages the public finances better. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the financial sector. Government acted decisively in July 2025 to restore confidence and stability in Ghana's banking sector by fully recapitalizing the National Investment Bank, the Agricultural Development Bank, and the Consolidated Bank. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Ghana Amalgamated Trust, GATT, completed the full recapitalization of UMB Bank. In addition, government facilitated the full capitalization of the Prudential Bank through a private sector-led approach. Right, Honorable Speaker, UMB and Prudential Bank today stands fully capitalized and prime for business. Mr. Speaker, we want to use this opportunity to encourage individuals, businesses, and institutions to take advantage of the revitalized UMB and Prudential Bank and bank with them. Mr. Speaker, yes. The 2023 Domestic Debt Exchange Program had a significant adverse impact on the Bank of Ghana's balance sheet, substantially weakening its capital and resulting in a negative net equity position. To restore the bank's financial strength, the government and the Bank of Ghana signed a memorandum of understanding on 6th January 2025 to recapitalize the bank over time. Consistent with the commitment in the MOU, and as a result of this government resolve to restore the bank's financial position, government issued a recapitalization bond to the Bank of Ghana of $5.5 billion cedis to the Bank of Ghana in March 2026 to strengthen the bank's equity base. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the government of Ghana will make annual provision to capitalize the Bank of Ghana until the bank's equity is fully restored, in accordance with the Bank of Ghana Amendment Act 2025, Act 1158. Mr. Speaker, whilst government is helping to restore the Bank of Ghana's capital, the bank itself will undertake a comprehensive operational efficiency review to reduce costs, strengthen financial management, and rebuild its long-term financial sustainability. Mr. Speaker, to implement the Ghana Accelerated Reserve Accumulation Policy, government has significantly reduced the cost of the program from an average of 14.5% of gold purchase to 5%. Mr. Speaker, government is bearing the cost of the program and has accommodated 5 billion cedis in the 2026 budget within the same appropriations. Mr. Speaker, this investment is building an economic war chest to strengthen Ghana's international reserves, protect the cedi, reinforce economic stability, improve investor confidence, and shield the economy from international shocks. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update of the implementation of the fiscal policies that this House approved for us. Right, Honorable Speaker, 6 months ago, this House approved an ambitious program of fiscal reforms. Today, I'm pleased to report that implementation is well underway. Key milestones have been achieved, and the reforms are already delivering measurable results. On the revenue side, government is targeting an increase in non-oil tax revenue from 13.1% of GDP in 2025 to 14.1% of GDP in 2026, 1% increase, through improved compliance, broader tax basis, and enhanced revenue administration, and not through higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, we will achieve it. On the expenditure side, government remains firmly committed to keeping spending within approved limits while improving its efficiency and effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the individual tax reforms. Mr. Speaker, this government introduced the most ambitious reforms to Ghana's VAT system in over a decade to eliminate long-standing distortions, improve efficiency, and support business growth. We abolished COVID-19 health recovery levy. We decoupled Get Fund levy and the National Health Insurance levy from the VAT base, making both eligible for input tax deduction. We reduced the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%. We abolished VAT on recognizance and prospecting for minerals. We raised VAT registration threshold from 200,000 to 750,000, relieving thousands of micro and small businesses of the obligation to register for and charge VAT. And we extended the zero rating of locally manufactured textiles to 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, these reforms have simplified VAT systems, removed distortions, lowered the tax burden, and strengthened the foundation for improved compliance. So, Speaker, reforming the tax law was only the first step. Government is now leveraging technology to transform revenue administration and improve compliance. The cross-border technology solution for collecting VAT from non-resident platforms was successfully piloted in April 2026. The pilot confirmed that the system is functional, stable, secure, and compliant with regulatory requirements. Government is now moving decisively to secure the necessary regulatory approval for its nationwide rollout. Upon full deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system is projected to generate about 2.3 billion Ghana cedis in its first full year of operation, with revenue expected to grow by about 20% annually. Mr. Speaker, this is sustainable revenue without increasing tax rates. It simply ensures that cross-border digital platforms earning income from Ghanaian customers pay their fair share of taxes. Mr. Speaker, government is also rolling out fiscal electronic devices to strengthen VAT compliance and improve the monitoring of taxable transactions. The pilot phase is at an advanced stage. To encourage participation and improve compliance, government will also introduce the VAT reward scheme, under which customers who obtain valid VAT invoice will qualify for periodic reward. This will actively involve every Ghanaian in protecting the nation's tax base. Mr. Speaker, this is how a tax culture is built, not through fear, but through participation, transparency, and reward. Right, Honorable Speaker, the concept of fiscal electronic device was first proposed by the previous NDC administration in 2026. But, Mr. Speaker, the previous NPP administration deserves commendation for enacting the necessary enabling legislation. Mr. Speaker, the taxation, the use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 999, laying an important legal foundation for this reform. Mr. Speaker, 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reforms. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the enabling legislation, the taxation, the use of Fiscal Electronic Device Act 2018, Act 966, was introduced in 2018 by the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to commend them. 8 years on, this government is taking the decisive step of implementing the reform. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the chairman and the ranking members of the Finance and the Budget Committee of Parliament have been invited to provide strategic oversight for the implementation of this important national reform. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Ghana currently loses an estimated 60% of its potential VAT revenue through non-compliance and systemic inefficiencies. This is unacceptable. Losing 60% of the VAT that you are supposed to collect to develop your country. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. It cannot continue, and under this government, this will not continue. I call on Parliament to support government to crack down on businesses and individuals who collect VAT from taxpayers and keep it instead of remitting it to the state. Mr. Speaker, fiscal electronic devices will help improve VAT collection, reduce revenue leakages, and ensure that businesses account properly for VAT they collect. Mr. Speaker, government has completed a comprehensive review of the Customs Act and the Excise Act. The bills are being laid before this House as part of the Media Fiscal Policy Review. I respectfully urge honorable members to give Customs and Excise Bill the expeditious consideration it deserves, so that these important reforms can be implemented without delay. Right Honorable Speaker, trade facilitation must never become a vehicle for tax evasion. Yet, Mr. Speaker, between 2020 and 2025, while 63% of taxable income entered directly into home consumption, the remaining 37% passed through customs suspense framework, including warehousing, transit, temporary admission, and free zones. These procedures exist to facilitate legitimate trade. However, Mr. Speaker, they have increasingly been exploited to evade duties and divert goods into domestic market without paying a single tax in return. Mr. Speaker, the cost extends far beyond lost revenue. Honest Ghanaian businesses and manufacturers are being forced to compete with imported goods that entered the domestic market through tax evasion. Mr. Speaker, this is not fair competition. It is an unfair burden on every law-abiding Ghanaian businesses. It must end. I must end now. Mr. Speaker, the Customs Bill before this House introduced bold reforms to close these loopholes and restore the integrity of Ghana's customs administration. To curb the abuse of warehousing, Mr. Speaker, government will introduce statutory maximum warehousing period as follows. Perishable goods, 3 months. General goods, 6 months. Raw materials, 12 months. Re-warehousing, Mr. Speaker, will be restricted to a maximum of 6 months, ending the practice of rolling warehousing. In addition, every bonded warehouse will be required to operate electronic inventory system linked to customs to enable real-time monitoring and audit control. Mr. Speaker, these are not merely administrative adjustments. They are structural reforms designed to accelerate revenue collection, reduce port congestion, improve compliance, and provide greater certainty for legitimate businesses. Government is also introducing the first port duty rule. Under this reform, Mr. Speaker, duties and taxes on goods declared for transit will become due at the first port of entry, removing one of the biggest avenues for false declaration and revenue leakages. Mr. Speaker, this simply means, Mr. Speaker, if you are to bring in something and you are to inform the customs official that the goods is destined to say Burkina Faso customs will be at the Tema port to collect their taxes before you move. This will end the practice of a punchy break. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, appropriate customs to customs arrangement with destination countries will ensure that legitimate transit trade continues seamlessly whilst protecting Ghana's revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, Free Zones regime was established to promote export-led industrialization, not to serve as a duty-free trading and storage hub. Unfortunately, over the time, that objective has been undermined by abuse of the regime and weak controls over the use of raw materials. Ghana's free zones will once again serve their original purpose: build domestic industry, expand export, and create quality jobs for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, government will also strengthen import declaration and valuation by mandating the use of appropriate tax identification number for all importers. Mr. Speaker, downstream petroleum operations have for too long operated with fragmented controls and weak integration into customs systems. Mr. Speaker, bunkering and ship stores regime have consequently become vulnerable to diversion, under declaration, and smuggling. This economy can no longer afford these leakages. Mr. Speaker, government would therefore enforce the statutory requirement for bank guarantee on the lifting of refined petroleum products and require product movement to be undertaken by only through approved pipelines and electronically tracked distribution system. Mr. Speaker, government will also remove the tax exemption on bunkering services in line with international practice to curb smuggling, strengthen compliance, and protect much needed revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to excise duties. The evidence for reform is equally compelling in the area of excise duties. Analysis of wine and spirit imported between 2023 and 2025 shows a taxable revenue of over 5 billion Ghana cedis. However, about 78%, worth 4 billion Ghana cedis, entered customs procedures such as warehousing and transit. In other words, almost 4 out of every 5 cedis of the potential excise tax based on wine and spirit escaped the tax net. Mr. Speaker, only 1 cedi out of every 5 cedi was subjected to excise duty. That is neither efficient nor sustainable, and this must change. The excise duty bill before this House introduced a comprehensive package of reforms to close these leakages. Mr. Speaker, we will crack down this leakage. Right Honorable Speaker, specifically, government will introduce a hybrid excise system combining value-based and quantity-based taxation for wines and spirits to eliminate persistent undervaluation and misclassification and ensure a minimum level of tax is paid regardless of the declared value. Mr. Speaker, we will review the existing sliding scale excise rates for beer and stout product to better align them with government revenue objectives while preserving the incentive for local production. Right Honorable Speaker, strengthening compliance through mandatory electronic registration of stockists, a nationwide track and trace system, penalties of up to 3 times the excise duty for tampering, and enforcing the law on requiring bank guarantees, and abolishing, Mr. Speaker, the payment of 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juice. Mr. Speaker, we will abolish the 20% excise duty on locally manufactured fruit juices introduced in 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, this is to support agro-processing and job creation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the Publican AI trade solution. Technology is already transforming customs administration. The Publican AI trade solution was fully deployed in March 2026, and the results has been remarkable. Mr. Speaker, between the pilot phase, January and February, and the full rollout phase, March to 17 July 2026, the Publican AI trade solution increased assessed customs collection by over $300 million, representing 17.5% uplift over the values originally declared by importers. Mr. Speaker, Publican increased the aggregate declared costs, insurance and freight value of imports by approximately 6.3%, but increased the assessed collection by 17.5%. Since deployment, Mr. Speaker, the system has analyzed approximately 366,000 import declarations nearly 1 in every 4, representing 24%, triggered more than one valuation risk indicator, requiring further review by customs officials. Before the deployment of the Publican AI, many of these declarations would have been cleared without scrutiny, leading to substantially revenue losses. Mr. Speaker, the positive impact on customs revenue collection has been massive. Mr. Speaker, in March 2026 alone, Publican increased the assessed collection by 73.44 million United States dollars, representing an uplift of 25.7%. Mr. Speaker, this was followed by additional assessed collection of 51 billion in 2025 to between 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and 5.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. So, Speaker, let me take this again. In 2024, an average monthly customs collection was 4 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the average monthly customs collection has moved to 5.3 billion cedis to 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. Despite the significant appreciation of the cedi and no major increase in volumes. Mr. Speaker, I have included some of the cases identified by the Publican system in the media review document. Mr. Speaker, it is mind-blowing. Right Honorable Speaker, in each instance, the declared value was only a fraction of the value assessed by the Publican system. Mr. Speaker, I now give you update on expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, government is further reforms to the public procurement, Mr. Speaker, in 3 different areas. First, the first reform is shortening procurement lead times. Mr. Speaker, the second reform is to limit the use of single source procurement, and the third is to tighten restricted tendering. Right Honorable Speaker, government will shorten procurement timelines, competitive tendering, 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, which has increased from an average of approximately 4 billion Ghana cedis in 2025 to between 5.3 billion Ghana cedis and 5.5 billion Ghana cedis in 2026. Mr. Speaker, let me take this again. In 2024, an average monthly customs collection was 4 billion Ghana cedis. Today, the average monthly customs collection has moved to 5.3 billion cedis to 5.5 billion Ghana cedis. Despite the significant appreciation of the cedi and no major increase in volumes. Mr. Speaker, I have included some of the cases identified by the Publican system in the media review document. Mr. Speaker, it is mind-blowing. Right Honorable Speaker, in each instance, the declared value was only a fraction of the value assessed by the AI Publican system. Mr. Speaker, I now give you update on expenditure measures. Mr. Speaker, government is proposing further reforms to the public procurement, Mr. Speaker, in 3 different areas. First, the first reform is shortening procurement lead times. Mr. Speaker, the second reform is to limit the use of single source procurement, and the third is to tighten restricted tendering. Right Honorable Speaker, government will shorten procurement timelines. The lead time for national competitive tendering for goods will be reduced from 23 weeks to 8 weeks. Mr. Speaker, international competitive tendering for works will be reduced from 27 weeks to 14 weeks. Mr. Speaker, competitive tendering must remain the norm. Restricted tendering and single source procurement must be the exception. Government will therefore tighten the rules governing these exceptional procurement methods, strengthening oversight and improve accountability to ensure greater transparency and better value for money. Single source procurement will be permitted only in genuine exceptional circumstances, such as emergencies, national security, or where only one supplier is capable of delivering the required goods works, and services. Right Honorable Speaker, urgency arising from poor planning will no longer be treated as an emergency. Government will also strengthen accountability by introducing sanctions for approvals granted in breach of the Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will speed up project delivery, strengthen competition, improve value for money, and reduce opportunities for procurement abuses. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to flood response and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, following the widespread flooding that affected Greater Accra and other parts of the country in June 2026, government sought parliamentary approval to draw 350 million from the contingency fund to finance emergency response intervention. On the 30th of June 2026, the Finance Committee of Parliament, acting under Article 1771 of the Constitution, approved the request. However, Mr. Speaker, government was unable to access the funds because the contingency fund was subject to a Ganashi order issued by the Accra High Court. Mr. Speaker, given the urgency of protecting lives, providing humanitarian relief to affected communities, and restoring critical infrastructure, government reallocated 350 million from the contingency vote under the control of the Minister of Finance in the 2026 budget to the Disaster Management Committee under the Ministry of Interior to finance the emergency responses. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen flood mitigation efforts across the country, government also reallocated 226 million within the budget of the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources to implement additional flood control and mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, government is committed to improving urban mobility and providing safe, reliable, and affordable public transport for Ghanaians. To this end, government is reallocating 400 million Ghana cedis for the acquisition of high-occupancy buses to strengthen the fleet of state-owned transport companies, including Metro Mass Transit and the State Transport Company. Mr. Speaker, this intervention will expand public transport capacity, particularly along high-demand urban and intercity routes, reducing long passenger queues during peak hours, and provide commuters with more reliable and efficient alternative to private vehicles. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the update on key policy initiatives that this House approved. Right Honorable Speaker, I now report on the implementation on some of the government key policy initiatives during the first half of 2026. First, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's crude oil production declined sharply from 71.4 billion barrels in 2019 to about 36 million barrels in 2025. To reverse this decline, government has introduced investor-friendly reforms that have already secured more than $3.5 billion in new investment commitment from the Jubilee and OCTP partners. Right Honorable Speaker, these reforms are already delivering results. Oil production has exceeded expectation this year, with Jubilee increasing from a projected 68,000 barrels to about 95,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, while Sankofa is now producing about 28,000 barrels per day. Mr. Speaker, gas production has also increased from 245 million to about 282 million standard cubic feet per day. And Mr. Speaker, a new agreement with the OCTP partners will increase gas production further to 350 million standard cubic feet per day. Government is also updating the laws governing the upstream petroleum sector to make Ghana more attractive for investment, with a proposed amendment to be submitted to this Parliament before the year end. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains firmly committed to its gas-to-power strategy, which is replacing expensive light crude oil with cleaner and cheaper natural gas. This transition is expected to reduce electricity generation costs by at least 75%. I am pleased to report that by the end of June 2026, government has increased gas supply for power generation by an additional 35 million standard cubic feet per day, bringing total supply to about 490 million standard cubic feet of gas per day. The increase comprises 10 million standard cubic feet per day from the OCTP partners led by ANI and 25 million standard cubic feet per day from the NGAS. Mr. Speaker, this strategic shift is already delivering significant savings. By replacing light crude oil with natural gas, government saved about 3 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to $268.8 million in fuel costs during the first half of 2026. Mr. Speaker, government in partnership with the private sector is developing 100 million standard cubic feet per day modular gas processing facility. Land acquisition has been completed, while the environmental assessment, engineering design, financial due diligence, and project structuring are underway. Mr. Speaker, this will be submitted to Parliament for consideration. Financial close is expected by end of 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project is expected to create nearly 1,000 jobs and generate about $2 billion in benefit to the state over the next 5 years through fuel savings, foreign exchange savings, taxes, levies, and dividend. Mr. Speaker, I now report on our 1,200 megawatt state-owned power plant. Right, Honorable Speaker, government is also developing a 1,200 megawatt state-owned combined cycle gas-fired power plant at Kafudidi Abrobano in the Commander Edna Egwafo Ebrim municipality. Mr. Speaker, feasibility studies have confirmed the project viability with environmental engineering and permitting processes progressing steadily. The first 600 megawatt phase is expected to be commissioned in 2028. Right, Honorable Speaker, to reduce costs, government secured the gas turbines directly from GE Vernova, achieving savings of between 35% and 45% compared with third-party procurement. Right, Honorable Speaker, the project will lower electricity generation costs, help reduce electricity tariff by 10 to 20%, and create more than 2,000 direct and indirect jobs during the first phase. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. Government Big Push Infrastructure Program is driving the largest coordinated investment in strategic transport infrastructure in recent years, with projects underway in all 16 regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, work has commenced on 87 projects, comprising 74 trunk roads and bridges, 10 urban roads and 3 feeder roads. Mr. Speaker, by end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 projects that had exceeded 75%, while a further 15 projects had progressed beyond 25% completion. Significant progress has been made on key corridors, including the Kaswa-Winneba, Takrade Aguna Junction, Ofanko in Sawom, Tepagoso, Adentan Dodowa, Tema Aflao, Penny Aflao, Wenchi Sola Atimpoku Ho Aflao, Tumu Han Laura, Tumu Navrongo, and Winneba Cape Coast Takrade roads. Right, Honorable Speaker, the construction of the Swami Interchange Phase 2, the Sunyani, Tamale, and Kumasi Outer Ring Road are progressing. Mr. Speaker, feeder road projects in the Eastern Volta region are also improving access to farming communities and market access. During the second half of the year, government will fast-track project completion, project nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, improve contractor performance and remove bottlenecks to ensure they are completed on time. Right, Honorable Speaker, I take you to the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Expressway remains the flagship under the Big Push program. It involves the construction of 176-kilometer, 6-lane bi-directional expressway linking Ghana's 2 largest commercial cities. When completed, Mr. Speaker, the expressway will reduce travel time between Accra and Kumasi to about 2 hours. Improved road safety, ease congestion, lower transport costs, and feature modern interchanges, bridges, intelligent transport system, electronic tolling, emergency response facilities, and rest spots. Mr. Speaker, government has made substantial progress in the project preparation. As of 22nd July 2026, yesterday, the Ghana Armed Forces have cleared 122 kilometers, representing about 70% of the 120-meter wide right-of-way in just 12 weeks. Mr. Speaker, the entire corridor is expected to be cleared by the first week of September 2026. Right, Honorable Speaker, compensation assessment, environmental studies, engineering design, feasibility works are progressing simultaneously. The feasibility study and detailed engineering design are expected to be completed by end of August 2026, next month. Mr. Speaker, with procurement for the main construction contract to commence in September 2026. Mr. Speaker, as of 2nd of July 2026, $1.7 billion United States dollars have been deposited into a dedicated Accra-Kumasi Expressway account at the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, as at yesterday, 22nd of July 2026, the government of Ghana has deposited $1.7 billion United States dollars into an account, a dedicated account at the Bank of Ghana solely for this project. The funds have been ring-fenced and will be used only after the main construction contract is awarded. I can share it. Mr. Speaker, government is therefore confident that all the requirements for this transformational project, including the resources, the money, will be in place when His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama cut the sword for the construction of the project to begin. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Achia Mamfuom and also Achia Mamfuom Bridge. Right, Honorable Speaker, for centuries, the people of Afram Plains have relied on ferries to cross the Afram River. While these ferries have served the area for many years, frequent delays and seasonal disruptions have impeded easy access and movement of people, goods, and the provision of essential services. The Adosu Achia Mamfuom Bridge, a 3.6-kilometer permanent bridge, will be the longest in Ghana and will replace the ferries, providing a safe, reliable, and all-weather crossing. As part of Ghana's Big Push infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, it will connect the Kwewu-Afram Plains to the national road network and unlock the significant potential of one of Ghana's most important food baskets. The bridge will make it easier for farmers to transport maize, cassava, yam, rice, and other produce to market, reducing travel time. It will also improve access to healthcare, education, and other essential services while creating jobs, attracting investment, and supporting food security. Expected to be completed by end of 2028, the Adosu Achia Mamfuom Bridge is a gateway to opportunities, bringing communities closer to markets, services, and better future. The Speaker, the Dambai Bridge. Works is also progressing on the Dambai Bridge, a critical project that will provide a permanent crossing between Dambai and Dodi-Kope and strengthen transport along the Eastern Corridor. The Speaker, the project comprises 1.49 kilometer bridge and approximately 6.8 kilometer of approach roads. The Speaker, at the end of June 2026, fiscal progress had reached 6%, slightly ahead of schedule, with foundation work and construction of the temporary bridge already underway. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the 1,000-kilometer agriculture enclave road, of which Parliament approved 2 days ago. Mr. Speaker, government has begun the implementation of the agriculture enclave road program. Government is investing $528 million United States dollars, equivalent in cedis, to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads across 4 major agriculture producing corridors. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to rehabilitate 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads, ensure 100% of rehabilitated roads are maintained under performance-based contract, expand the National Road Asset Management Database to achieve 100% coverage, create approximately 25,000 direct and indirect jobs, including at least 7,500 jobs for women, and reduce travel time by over 40% on paved roads and 30% on unpaved roads. Mr. Speaker, the first phase will involve the rehabilitation of 1,050 kilometers of feeder roads to be undertaken across 4 agriculture clusters covering 13 regions of the country. Right Honorable Speaker, Cluster 1 will cover 300 kilometers of roads in Upper West, Northern Region, and Savannah regions, and that will be 300 kilometers. Clusters 2, Mr. Speaker, will rehabilitate 300 kilometers of roads in the Oti, Volta, and the Eastern regions. Mr. Speaker, Cluster 3 will also rehabilitate 250 kilometers of roads in Ashanti, Bono East, and Eastern region. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Cluster 4 will cover 200 kilometers of roads in Western North, Western, Central, and Ahafo region. Mr. Speaker, this investment will improve connectivity between farms and markets, reduce post-harvest losses, lower transport costs, and support agricultural transformation in some of Ghana's most productive farming areas. Mr. Speaker, I take you to the oil palm. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to transforming Ghana's oil palm industry into a major driver of industrialization, export growth, import substitution, and rural employment. A key pillar of the integrated oil palm development policy is the establishment of a sustainability-compliant oil palm land banks to de-risk private sector investment and accelerate the development of large-scale plantation integrated with smallholder and outgrower schemes. Mr. Speaker, implementation of this initiative is progressing steadily. The Ministry of Land and Natural Resources, working in collaboration with the private sector and other relevant institutions, have reviewed over 270,000 hectares of land in the Western region. Right Honorable Speaker, drone survey have been completed on over 117,000 hectares, whilst 46,000 hectares have been selected for detailed land use change analysis. To date, assessment has been completed on 16,000 hectares, of which approximately 10,780 hectares have been identified as suitable for sustainable oil palm development. Right Honorable Speaker, these areas are now undergoing the required environmental, social, and sustainable assessment, including high conservation value, high carbon stock, and free, prior, and informed consent (FPIC) processes in line with the international standard. Mr. Speaker, similar mapping, land documentation activities have commenced in the central region, with preparatory work underway in Eastern and Volta region. Based on the current assessment, Mr. Speaker, the Western region alone is expected to provide approximately 30,000 hectares of land for the first phase of the development. Mr. Speaker, as work expands nationwide, the land bank has the potential to exceed 100,000 hectares across Ghana's oil palm growing belt. Mr. Speaker, this initiative will unlock significant private sector investment, create over 250 direct and indirect jobs across the value chain, and strengthen smallholder participation, increase domestic crude oil palm production, reduce import dependency, and position Ghana as a leading hub for oil palm processing and exports. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to work with stakeholders to ensure that this program is implemented responsibly, sustainably, and in a manner that delivers lasting benefit to our communities and the national economy. Now listen, Mr. Speaker, government is also finalizing the $500 million United States dollars integrated oil palm development financing agreement with the World Bank for on-lending to the private sector for the development of large-scale commercial oil palm plantation. We expect to conclude and present it to this House by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, we expect to bring it for approval by the end of this year. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of Government Feed Ghana program, we have commenced the establishment of the 50 farmer service centers across the country to improve farmers' access to mechanization and extension services. To support this initiative, government has deposited 551 million Ghana cedis into an escrow account at the Bank of Ghana to establish the letters of credit for the procurement of 1,840 units of agricultural machineries and equipment. These include tractors, trailers, power tillers, plows, cultivators, seed drills, sprayers, fertilizer spreaders, and combine harvesters, which will significantly improve farm productivity, reduce production costs, and enhance food security. Mr. Speaker, cocoa sector reforms. Right, Honorable Speaker, the cocoa sector remains a cornerstone of Ghana's economy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is serving as a major source of export earnings and livelihood for millions of Ghanaians, particularly in rural Ghana. Mr. Speaker, since the enactment of the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81, the Ghana cocoa industry has undergone significant transformation. To modernize the governance and financing of the sector, government will submit a new Cocoa Board bill to Parliament to repeal and replace the Ghana Cocoa Board Act 1984, PNDC Law 81. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation will introduce a new producer pricing mechanism that aligns producer price with movement in international cocoa price, exchange rate development, and other relevant market conditions. We will also guarantee the cocoa farmer not less than 70% of gross free on board price. Mr. Speaker, we will also seek to establish a new financing framework for cocoa purchases and related operations and restore the long-term financial sustainability and operational efficiency of Ghana Cocoa Board. The bill will also ensure that not less than 50% of cocoa beans produced in Ghana is processed here in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we will also restrain Ghana Cocoa Board from taking part in quasi-fiscal activities. Right, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these reforms will place Ghana's cocoa sector on a stronger financial footing, improve returns to cocoa farmer, ensure value addition, and position the industry for sustainable long-term growth. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to transforming secondary education and eliminating the double track. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana the education remains one of the most powerful investments we can make in the future of our country. Government is therefore taking bold steps to transform secondary education through a $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing. Mr. Speaker, under this $300 million United States dollar World Bank financing initiative, government will undertake 210 major infrastructure interventions across the country. These include, Mr. Speaker, we are building 10 new secondary schools. Right Honorable Speaker, we will rehabilitate 150 secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, we are upgrading 30 Category C secondary schools to become a Category B school. Mr. Speaker, aside, we are also upgrading 20 Category B schools to be part of Category A. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to procure furniture to support these schools that we are upgrading and ensure that every school child going to any of our secondary schools benefits from textbooks free of charge. Mr. Speaker, 10 new secondary schools will be strategically distributed to improve access in the underserved areas. One new school each will be constructed in Western North, Greater Accra, Volta, Oti, Northern, Upper East, Upper West, Savannah, and Central Region. Mr. Speaker, upon completion, the project is expected to benefit about 2.3 million students, over 100,000 teachers, and about 2,000 school leaders across the country. The project will support government effort to eliminate the double track within 2 calendar years. Mr. Speaker, improved learning outcomes, particularly in mathematics and science, expand female participation in STEM and TVET education, and equip our young people with the digital, technical, and green skills required for the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to free primary health care. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to ensuring that every Ghanaian has access to quality primary health care, regardless of income or location. Following the launch of the free primary health care policy in April 2026, the first phase of implementation is targeting 150 underserved districts across the country. Mr. Speaker, government has distributed more than 24,000 pieces of medical equipment to strengthen diagnostics, emergency, maternal, and neonatal care. Mr. Speaker, we have also deployed motorbikes, tricycles, and mobile outreach equipment to improve healthcare delivery in hard-to-reach communities. In addition, community screening for hypertension, diabetes, cancer, and other non-communicable diseases has been expanded, while the establishment of health kiosks, container-based health posts, and upgrading of existing primary health care facilities are underway. Women's Development Bank, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, government has made progress towards the establishment of the Women's Development Bank. On the 26th of January 2026, the bank was formally incorporated as WDB Ghana Limited. Mr. Speaker, following its incorporation, government applied to the Bank of Ghana for the requisite banking license to enable the bank commence operations. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of the capital requirement for licensing, the Ministry of Finance has deposited an amount of 400 million Ghana cedis into an account with the Bank of Ghana as the initial capital for the Women's Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, the Women's Development Bank is expected to commence full operations before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, and I'll bring you to the conclusion. Right Honorable Speaker, in recent times, a narrative has emerged suggesting that this government is not spending enough. Mr. Speaker, nothing can be further from the truth. Far from standing still, we have been steadily and responsibly deploying resources guided by the simple but firm principle that we can only spend only what we have, and we spend it wisely and with the future of our nation in view. Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, allow me to lay before this House a clear account of some of the expenditure we have made so far to support government programs across the sectors approved in the 2026 budget. Mr. Speaker, first, to compensate public sector workers, an amount of 48.8 billion Ghana cedis for compensation of employees has been paid, including 4 billion Ghana cedis as contribution to SNIT and 2 billion Ghana cedis as Tier 2 pension scheme. Mr. Speaker, to honor our debt obligation, an amount of 21.5 billion for interest has been paid. To honor our international debt obligation, an amount of $700 million for Eurobond debt service and interest have also been paid. To restore confidence on our financial systems, an amount of 10 billion Ghana cedis to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to deepen fiscal decentralization, an amount of 4.4 billion cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund, representing the first 2 quarters of the year, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the National Health Insurance Scheme strong and vibrant, an amount of 4.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. To strengthen specialized health care, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to Mahama Cares has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to support quality and access education and accessible education, an amount of 4.2 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year to the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to strengthen free secondary education program and ease the burden on families, and an amount of 1.8 billion cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, to improve road maintenance, an amount of 1.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Road Maintenance Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support job creation for young people, an amount of 459 million Ghana cedis to the Youth Employment Agency has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again to support petroleum sector, an amount of 961 million Ghana cedis to the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote development in mining communities and mining institutions, an amount of 458 million to the Mineral Development Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to keep the light on across the country, an amount of 7.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to clear legacy arrests, to clear your arrests, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5.3 billion Ghana cedis has been paid to, Mr. Speaker, to give remaining to free compulsory basic education, an amount of 76 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support the most vulnerable in our society, an amount of 485 million Ghana cedis to LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to provide nutritious meal and keep our children in school, an amount of 877 million to the Ghana School Feeding Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ease the burden on families, an amount of 46 million for BEC registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to remove financial barriers to tertiary education, an amount of 537 million for the no-fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. To support teachers, the teacher trainees, an amount of 104 million as teacher training allowance has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. To support nursing training, an amount of 144 million as nursing training allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen grassroots governance, an amount of 93 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to promote skills development and entrepreneur, an amount of 45 million for the National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support Ghana's participation in the 2026 FIFA World Cup, an amount of 58 million has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support environmental sustainability, an amount of 477.4 million to ARICOPS has been paid. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our campaign promise, an amount of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis to the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for flagship programs, including food, buffer stock, fertilizers, certified seed distribution, Feed Ghana, irrigation infrastructure has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. To modernize agriculture through the establishment of the Farmer Service Center, an amount of 551 million into an escrow account for the establishment of a letter of credit has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. To support infrastructure development, an amount of 11.5 billion Ghana cedis as capital expenditure has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to improve road infrastructure, an amount of 6.5 billion Ghana cedis for the Big Push infrastructure program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to support education delivery, an amount of 915 million for goods and services under the Ministry of Education, including sanitary pads, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, to ensure smooth and effective functioning of government, an amount of 7.9 billion Ghana cedis for goods and services have been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. To protect our rivers, forest reserves, and agricultural lands against the Galamsey menace, an amount of 16 million to the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat, NIMOS, has been paid. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with numbers, but with reflection. Mr. Speaker, permit me to end where I began, not with a number, but with a reflection. Right, Honorable Speaker, before this administration took office, this country stood at the edge of an economic cliff. The city was in free fall. Inflation has raised 50%. Our sovereign debt rated junk. Our access to the world capital market had been cut off. And for the 17th time in our history, Ghana turned to the IMF for a bailout. Mr. Speaker, that was the Ghana we inherited. Today, inflation stands at 5.3%. Our currency, the Ghana cedi, has stabilized. Economic growth is above 6% and broad-based. Our debt to GDP is now 45%, years ahead of schedule. The primary balance is in surplus, not in deficit. Interest rates have declined significantly, and Ghana has successfully completed the final review of the IMF bailout program. Mr. Speaker, we promised to move this economy from the emergency room to the wellness center. Mr. Speaker, we have kept that promise. Mr. Speaker, I give this House my firm assurance this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Right, Honorable Speaker? I want to give this House my firm assurance that this economy will never return to the emergency room under our watch. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. These achievements do not belong to government. They belong to the people of Ghana. Behind every number in this statement is the sacrifice of an ordinary Ghanaian. The pensioner who accepted painful and crude haircuts on a lifetime savings. The bank and businesses that absorbed extraordinary losses and costs. Millions of citizens who endured difficult adjustments so that their country could recover. And the market trader, the nurse, the teacher, the entrepreneur, and the young graduate who lived through some of the hardest months in our recent history and never gave up on his country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization was not won in this chamber alone. It was won in homes, on farms, in workshops, in marketplaces, and through the patience and resilience of the Ghanaian people. This administration will never take that sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, we know that inflation alone does not refill an empty pot. We know that a stronger cedi does not instantly repair a household budget stretched by years of economic mismanagement and crisis. And we also know that there is still a distance between recovery and a relief at the kitchen table. But we also know this, Mr. Speaker, your sacrifice was not in vain. It secures something priceless, a firm foundation for our dear country. And on that foundation, we will build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, to every Ghanaian who endured, to the market woman in Kejitia, the farmer in Busunu, the teacher in Wa, the entrepreneur in Sekendi Takrade, and every young person still searching for the opportunity they deserve, I say, on behalf of His Excellency President Mahama, thank you. Your sacrifice is the reason Ghana is standing today. Your future is the reason we refuse to stop here. Mr. Speaker, let me now speak the hard truth that discipline demands. Right, Honorable Speaker, stability is not a trophy to be worn once and displayed forever. It is a garden. It must be tended every single day or we lose it. Ghana has traveled this road before. We have stabilized, celebrated, relaxed, and unfortunately relapsed. 17 times we turned to the IMF for a bailout. We are determined that the 17th time shall be the last. But that determination cannot rest on the shoulders of the government alone. This is my call to every Ghanaian. The gains we have secured are national gains. They demand a national commitment to protect them. Mr. Speaker, it means paying your taxes so that our schools, hospitals, roads are financed increasingly from our own resources, rather than by unsustainable borrowings. It means demanding value for money for every cedi of public expenditure and refusing to look away when public resources are wasted. Mr. Speaker, it means holding this government and every government that follows to the fiscal rules we have written into law. Mr. Speaker, fiscal discipline can no longer be a policy of a minister. It must become the culture of our country. Mr. Speaker, stabilization can never be the destination. And stabilization was never the destination. It was only the price of entry. Ghana has paid that price. What comes next is the work that changes life at scale, the work of transformation. Through the new economy that His Excellency President Mahama will unveil, we will build an economy that does not merely withstand shocks, but create jobs, generate wealth, and grow on the strength of what Ghana produces. Mr. Speaker, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how faithful he protects the resources entrusted to him. Right, Honorable Speaker. The true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends, but how. And as long as I have the honor to serve as Minister for Finance, it will remain so. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to level with you always. I will tell you the truth about the state of the public finances, whether the news is welcoming or difficult. We will never conceal our challenges or exaggerate our successes. Trust is about the truth, and truth must remain the foundation of sound economic management. Our responsibility now is not merely to celebrate these gains, but to preserve them for future generations. Economic stability is not an event. It is a duty renewed every day through prudent stewardship, fiscal discipline, and unwavering accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is not going back. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Mahama and with the determination of the Ghanaian people, Ghana is moving forward steadily, honestly, and together. Mr. Speaker, with these remarks, I respectfully submit the 2026 mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of government to this House for consideration. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Original.
years. For 50 years.
Members, I think we can continue. Honourable members, members, that is the mid-year review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the 2026 fiscal year, ably presented by the Minister responsible for finance. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members will listen to each other in silence.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has just told this House that the true character such a statement must cause palpitation among Mr. Speaker, basically what he is telling all ministers that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His donation that 1.6 billion was released to the Agric Minister. Today, he says only
of the government of the Republic of Ghana for the 2026 fiscal year, ably presented by the Minister responsible for finance. Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members will listen to each other in silence.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister has just told this House that the true character of a Finance Minister is not determined by how much he spends. Such a statement must cause palpitation among ministers of state. Mr. Speaker, basically what he is telling all ministers that he is not going to spend, he is not going to release funds to you. Mr. Speaker, already you are suffering and you've been redundant in your various ministries. His deputy minister told the nation that 1.6 billion was released to the Agric Minister. Today, he says only 1.1 billion. You see, the true measure of a finance minister is not how much he spends. Mr. Speaker, throughout his review, there was no policy announcement for the cocoa sector. The 4 million farmers, the 4 million cocoa farmers are suffering. This finance minister, since he took over as a supervising minister responsible for cocoa, we have seen suffering and wailing, and he comes here to lament. Mr. Speaker, he talks about determining the true cost of economic policy, the true cost. He's talking about having met some debt. What he has forgotten, that he refused good counsel from the minority. When Gold Board and Bank of Ghana charges on the gold for reserve policy was at 15%, we cautioned. He didn't listen. Later, IMF forced them to reduce it to 9%. 3 days ago, the governor announced that he was no more going to participate in this gold for reserve. It's too late in the day. You've already incurred losses of 9.6 billion. That is what the IMF told you. And you come here, you're saying prudent management of the economy. Really? Mr. Speaker, this review is full of English with empty payment. The payment, he said, is done. He said they've done some payment. Why didn't he give us details? You paid your party members. You paid your party members. The monies have gone to your party members. And Mr. Speaker, the Nkukon Kitinkiti project has now become protein.
Honourable members, I insist we listen to each other in silence.
The Nkukon Kitinkiti has become protein for your party executives. They are all cooking Akukon Kwine. It is now Akukon Kwine. Mr. Speaker, I want the finance minister to walk the talk. If you come here and you say 24-hour market, 24-hour market at 42 million cities, and you've abandoned the Agenda 111. The hospitals, that should be your priority. You are not constructing the hospitals. Then you are spending a whooping sum of 42 million, and you say you've released 80% to the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, you are using the assemblies, their own allocation, to pay for the 24-hour economy. When there are no hospitals, how do you say you are constructing markets? Mr. Speaker, this review is uninspiring. There is no inspiration. What we are experiencing in this country is persecution, persecution, persecution. For the first time, we are seeing political imprisonment. One to me is a political prisoner. Mr. Speaker, Camilla Al-Hassan, a young mother of 3, is also a political prisoner, telling you how intolerant you are. And you are here telling us you are running an economy. You want this to be a one-sided parliament. When people criticize you, you threaten them. A lot of my MPs here have been threatened. You are threatening members of parliament with prosecution. Let me serve a warning to the Attorney General that the ravening clouds shall no longer be victorious. They shall not long possess the sky. Be careful. 2028, you'll be in opposition. 2028. If you are not careful, Mr. Speaker, if you don't stop now, you will go and meet Wontumi there, and Wontumi will be out, and you will go in. So I'm advising you, let us all be measured. We welcome the reforms by the finance minister, and for the first time, he did something patriotic by acknowledging the digitalization reforms we introduced in government payments. Today he has acknowledged it. Mr. Speaker, we commend you for acknowledging MPP. We commend you, but you can do better. Tell your government to free all political prisoners. Dr. Atu Forson, tell your government to free all political prisoners. who to me deserve justice. Kamila Al-Hassan deserve justice. The MPs behind me that you have lined them up for persecution. Listen, you can decide to imprison every MP. It will not shut us down. We will criticize you. We will hold your feet to account and we'll make sure you account for every city you spend. But you know what? The good news is that you are on your way to opposition. You are on your way to opposition. So you should begin thinking. You should begin thinking deep. Because there in Sawam cells, in Sawam prison will not be locked up. It will open widely for you. It will swallow many of you. From what we are seeing in public procurement, your situation will be worse. So be careful, those of you who are comfortable. And finally, you claim you want a third term. Third term? Third term. You are not performing. You say third term. Atu Forces, you are here presenting a budget. And beneath it is a third term agenda where you are going to spend money for people to be calling for third term. We are watching you with eagle eyes. Third term, focus on 24-hour economy. You promise one job, 3 shifts. You promise industrialization. Ghanaian businesses have lost confidence in you. You canceled the 1D, 1F, which was creating opportunity for the private sector. In its place, no policy alternative. Electricity tariffs have gone up over almost 30%. Then you get up, you say you are promoting 24-hour economy. You have sacked public sector workers. Many of the Ghanaian youth lost their jobs. You sacked them. Today you are here. Instead of promising to restore them into their rightful places in the job market, you are not doing so. Then you come, you say we should praise you. Who is going to praise you? If you don't pay and you are holding the money and then you are there tightening belt and only paying your party members, then we should praise you. We are not interested in the books. We are interested in the economy in our pockets. People are suffering, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the House, thank the Finance Minister for presenting a mid-year review of the budget, which this House approved and authorized him. And Mr. Speaker, I must say that the Finance Minister has given a very good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, just to correct the records, there is no inconsistency between what the Finance Minister said and what his deputy mentioned some time ago. His deputy mentioned that he had given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the Finance Minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture. He has given a release of 1.1 billion, 1.6 billion. Today, the Finance Minister reported that he has given 1.1 billion to the Ministry of Agriculture and And he also paid 551 million for Farmer Services Center. If you put the two together, that's 1.6. That's one. It was presented. You see, the good thing about this media report. The good thing about this media report.
Honorable members, for once, let's listen to each other in silence. Honorable members, please.
The good thing about this report is that it was presented live on national television. Everybody was watching and they saw the figures projected. So if the minority leader engages in a slip of tongue, it is important for me to I just thought I should correct that. I know that he did not benefit from going to Fufulsu Primary School. So his mathematics might not be as good as Honorable Jinapor's mathematics. When you add 551 to 1.1, you get 1.6. So the finance minister and his deputy presented an accurate figure. But Mr. Speaker, we were in this country, in this parliament, and there was a finance minister who told us that he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. That he could not run this economy without taxing our Momo transfers. A finance minister who could not run the economy without going for debts. Today, we have a finance minister who has abolished all those taxes, and yet he is successfully managing our economy. We have a finance minister who is not borrowing recklessly, but is successfully managing our economy. That is why I said that this finance minister has clearly given a good account of himself. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are struggling, working day and night to pay the debts, to fix the economy. Like the minister has indicated, ordinary Ghanaians are making sacrifices. Where is the man who put us in the debt? Where is Ken Ofori-Atta? After borrowing recklessly, creating the debts, he has gone and he is hiding in the United States of America. We must bring Ken Ofori-Atta back. Ken Ofori-Atta should be brought back to come and account to the good people of Ghana why he so grossly mismanaged our finances and left ordinary Ghanaians to struggle and fix the economy whilst he enjoys in the United States of America. And this is a man who was presented by the NPP as a finance minister. And the same people are telling Ghanaians that they should be brought back to power. So that you do what with power? You will bring Ken Ofori-Atta back and he will come and be building cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, this media report clearly indicates that the cathedral project is not ongoing. Mr. Speaker, what is ongoing is the construction of new schools.
What is ongoing is the improvement of existing schools. What is ongoing is the improvement of the quality of schools. This media report shows that what is ongoing is the construction of roads, the construction of bridges never seen in the history of Ghana before. Mr. Speaker, this finance minister has indeed given a good account of himself. And that is why this House must commend him highly. Mr. Speaker, clearly, under this finance minister, Ghana is working again. Mr. Speaker, I believe that with Dr. Atuforsen managing our economy, we can all go to sleep with two eyes closed, because he will deliver. Mr. Speaker, as for the issues that my friends in the minority have raised, I am surprised that when we have been presented with a mid-year review of the budget, we are seeking to castigate the judiciary of this country. You are castigating the judiciary because it is not the Attorney General who convicted Wontumi. It is not Atuforsen who convicted Wontumi. It is a judge who convicted Wontumi. So the place to go to is the court, where he has been convicted. Go and fight your case in the court. I have full confidence in the judiciary. And I know that if you go there and you Mr. Speaker, this is not a forum to discuss Wontumi. It won't be fair to Wontumi for us to make him the subject matter of debate. So, Mr. Speaker, let me join this House to commend the Finance Minister and to assure the Finance Minister of the support of this House, of the support of Parliament as he continues to work and improve the finances and the economy. Finance Minister, this morning or this afternoon, you have laid a number of bills. You have laid a number of bills which we believe are all aimed at helping you achieve your various targets. This House will diligently go through the bills and ensure the passage of the bills. Mr. Speaker, why is the minority leader thinking that he should take the same time as myself? I speak for 189 people. I speak for 189 people. You speak for how many people? Let's count them. How many are they? How many are they? How can the person who speaks for 189 share the same time as the person who speaks for 87? How does that happen? How does the person who speaks for only 87 have the same time as the person who speaks for 189? Mr. Speaker, so be measured in terms of what you ask for.
Honorable.
Look at your size when you're asking for material.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, they will still keep your time for you. Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there was a clear understanding of 10 minutes each. I complied with it. The clerk communicated. And Mr. Speaker, we were both time, the majority leader's time ended. And then he was given additional time. Mr. Speaker, I was going to talk about the free SHS that they couldn't implement with internally generated funds, and now they are going to borrow. But I held back. Mr. Speaker, just exiting IMF, they've gone for 1 billion cedis. I kept quiet. Mr. Speaker, $1 billion. But because I wanted to act within time, I acted within time. And now the majority leader has been given extended time. And all he says is that he needs 189, which will soon dissipate. Mr. Speaker, I think the right time for debate will come. He should try and end this so that we delve into the issues, because the finance minister for 2 hours on his parent message.
Minority Leader, with all due respect,
all I want to say.
Let me bring it to your attention that I am not the timekeeper. They are keeping the time up there, which would automatically cut at 10 minutes. I think the clerk can attest to that. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if you observe, for most of the time I was on my feet. I was not talking because you were making a lot of noise and heckling. So I was quiet, if you observe. You see, when you heckle and I shout back at you, I haven't respected you. The reason is that there's a proverb among my people, but I will not use that proverb. So please, when you are talking, I keep quiet because I respect you. I have to listen to you. If you are talking across and I'm also talking across, we are not listening to each other. And the children who are watching from home will be learning a very bad lesson. That's why anytime you start, I keep quiet. That was what ate into my time. If not, strictly speaking, I did not even speak for up to 5 minutes, strictly speaking. And I have a strategy where when a finance minister comes and delivers a very, very sweet message, I don't want to dilute it. I don't want to dilute it. I know the strategy of my friend opposite is to take attention away from this beautiful message to Chairman Wontumi. That's the strategy. If I follow him along that line, I would have assisted him to achieve his objective. So I will not discuss those matters. So let us leave it here. We'll have the time to comment on the statement, in fact, about 2 or 3 days to comment on the statement. At the level of leadership, we'll discuss the time allotment. The proposal is that we start the commentary tomorrow. Will we be sufficiently prepared to start tomorrow? Yeah. It's obvious that you are not ready now. Because when you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi. When you were given the opportunity, you were talking about Wontumi instead of the media statement. So you are clearly not yet ready. So we'll make copies available to you. When you read that, you might see that it has nothing to do with Wontumi. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Honourable members, we defer further comment on the statement. We then turn to order paper addendum 2. At commencement of public business, presentation of papers. Yes. Yes, we are now coming to do presentation of those papers. Yes, Manuel.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, just for your guidance, the statement that the finance minister...
Yes, the statement has been duly laid.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, where he first laid it, Mr. Speaker, there is a particular spot where such important public documents are laid. Mr. Speaker, I am interested in when it was laid. Where it has shifted to, I'm not interested. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to find that the government MPs are going out now and they are not even in white because they find the statement uninspiring. The last time they came in white and now all of them are running away. You see, Mr. Speaker, all of them are going out. I said it. All of them are leaving. They are not even well attired in their usual white because there's no inspiration. If you see the mixture of dresses, multicolored dresses, there is no white, no inspiration. They are all leaving. The budget is empty. They are all leaving, Mr. Speaker.
With all due respect, the table is the table of the House and is very long. The clerk is in charge. Honorable Minister responsible for finance, you may now lay item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2.
Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a service provider to assist with the implementation of the Fiscal Electronic Device (FED) policy for the Ghana Revenue Authority. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage a firm to develop and deploy the Ghana Domestic Revenue Collection Platform. Request for a multi-year expenditure commitment to engage Principal Consult Limited to develop, implement, and deploy cross-border e-commerce VAT monitoring and collection system, the Sentinel system for the Ghana Revenue Authority.
Honourable members, the item numbered 1 on the order paper addendum 2 at page 1, I have all been duly presented and they are referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and reports. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise Standing Order 97.3. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I read Standing Order 97.3. A short explanation statement shall be made by the person presenting the paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. Mr. Speaker, papers haven't been laid.
Yes,
the Finance Minister.
Honorable Finance Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The rationale were presented as part of the media review, and I just completed the presentation to the House in detail. Each one of them, I spent over 10 minutes to explain each of them in the media review. Mr. Speaker, under the Fiscal Electronic Devices, I made a statement on it. Under the Sentinel, being the cross-border, I made a statement on it. Each one of them, Mr. Speaker, I provided detail to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Habib.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is a senior person in this chamber.
at the time you were reading the statement, you were not laying any paper. So any explanation on the statement that you read was not part of the procedure of this. Now you are laying a paper, and it is within our standing orders in 97.3. You were reading the statement and the 91. So you should do the needful, but you cannot refer us to the statement that you have made. In fact, we were not listening because it was boring.
Honorable Deputy Whip, by what standard are you measuring the explanation given by the Finance Minister?
Mr. Speaker, he didn't
explain. The rule says
Mr. Speaker, he didn't explain. He only said
explanation. The rules says you give a short explanation, and that is the short explanation. So the requirement of the rules have been met.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, he didn't explain. He only said in his statement. He explained it in his statement.
Yes.
And in his statement, he was not laying any paper. He's laying the paper now, so he should give the explanation.
But that is the explanation he has given, making reference to his presentation. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the same order 97.3 says a short explanatory statement may be made by the person presenting a paper where requested by the House or a member upon the presentation. 2 earlier on says, if so desired by the person presenting a paper, a short explanatory statement may be made by the person upon the presentation of the paper. This person has already made a statement. He made a statement, and then immediately he finished making the statement, has laid papers pursuant to the statement that he has made. So I don't think that there is much to delay us in this.
Honourable members, let me crave your indulgence to acknowledge the presence of very revered personalities in our midst. Honourable members, we have Mr. Anthony Kwesi Sapon, Commissioner General, Ghana Revenue Authority. We have Honorable Alexander Adomako Mensah, Commissioner Support Services. We have Dr. Martin Kobil Yamboriga, Commissioner Domestic Tax Revenue Division. We also have Mr. Aaron Kano, Commissioner Customs Division. And we have Controller and Accountant General, Mr. Kwesi Ajay, in our midst. We have Deputy Chief of Staff, Nana Wee Bampo Ado. We have the General Secretary of the NDC, Honorable Fifi Fiavi Kwete. We have the Chief Director of Ministry of Finance, Mr. Patrick Numo. We have Commissioner for Custom, Mr. Kano. Honourable members, we have the Governor of the Bank of Ghana, Dr. Johnson Esiama. On your behalf, the Deputy Governor is also here. On your behalf, I welcome all of them to Parliament of Ghana and urge them to have a fruitful visit. Once again, you are welcome. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about what you just said, that these appointees who accompanied the finance minister into this chamber are our guests. These are non-ministerial appointees. They said a lean government. Look at all the appointments they've made. Mr. Speaker, is this a lean government? And Mr. Speaker, when it got to the governor, your face changed. Mr. Speaker, when it got to mention the governor's name, your face changed. You were full of smiles. What is it that you know that we don't know, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Minority Leader, with all humility, on this occasion you are completely out of order. Yes, Majority Leader, any indication?
It started at 12, yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we started at 12. It started at 1, so we're not. Oh, Mr. Speaker, I move that. Oh, Mr. Speaker, what happened to the minority side? Mr. Speaker, what happened? Are you dazed? They are dazed by the statement. They are dazed by the statement. This message is so sweet. They are beginning to imagine how many more years they are going to stay in opposition. And how many more of their numbers will come to NDC in the next election if we continue to do these good things. So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House adjourns till tomorrow at 12 noon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, I have a duty to second a motion for adjournment, especially so when it's coming from the Majority Leader. But, Mr. Speaker, what's the time? It's 5:30 p.m. It is time to consider the motion on restoring the thousands who have been dismissed. Mr. Speaker, I will pray this House to continue debate on the motion, a motion that seeks to restore jobs. Thousands were fired through government directive. Mr. Speaker, the motion has been on the order paper for far too long, and the Majority Leader says we should adjourn. Mr. Speaker, he is a leader of government business. There are many youths who were denied opportunity to work. Some had worked since 2017, 2018, all the way to 2024. They've all been sacked to go and sit at home. Their families, these were breadwinners. And today it is clear that the minority is not being given the opportunity to conclude on this motion for this House to go into this matter. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate. Those people are still suffering and are unemployed. They are home. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minority
Mr.
Leader,
Speaker, if the Majority Leader
want
wants
to
us
move
to
the
adjourn,
motion and let me dismiss
Mr.
it?
Speaker, if the Majority Leader wants us to leave here, Mr. Speaker, as for me, ordinarily, I will not support him. But, Mr. Speaker, I will reluctantly second it.
Honourable members, motion move. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that he wasn't ready to move the motion on behalf of the dismissed people.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded. It is for the consideration of the House. This is a motion for adjournment. I will therefore put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House is adjourned till Friday, 24th July, 2026 at 12 noon.
The Finance Minister has just delivered the 2026 mid-year budget review, followed by short commentary from both the minority and majority sides in Parliament. As is tradition, we'll see the minority caucus go out and address the press on their position on the half-year budget review, which is what you saw just before I came on television. Unfortunately, we are having technical difficulties. We'll fix that and bring you a live coverage of that. But we've heard from the Finance Minister who directly addressed issues around spending. Remember how a number of experts have talked about government not spending enough. Even the minority side has also made such comments. And this afternoon, Finance Minister Dr. Cassiel Ato-Forson seems to respond to that, very clearly responded to that, outlining a number of spending items on the budget for the government this half year. But I'm here in the studio with two of my colleagues. We'll go through some of the things that we've heard so far. Michael Obodu is here from the business desk, and Joseph Akable also is here on the desk with me as well. Gentlemen, this is our time to discuss the budget beyond just being journalists, but also but also as Ghanaians, right? And I'll start off with you, Michael. What stood out for you?
A number of things, but then just a quick one on the payments bit. At least it was nice to hear that some payments were happening in the background that probably we weren't in the know up until now. The only thing is that it would have been good to know when these payments were actually done. That would have helped us situate better how far we've come with those payments and what the impact has been on the economy. Unless maybe a lot of them were done a few days ago and we are yet to see the impact. So we'll see how all of that pans out. Hopefully we'll get some more details on all of that. But it was exciting to at least hear that some payments are ongoing in the background there. And it was nice to also hear him admit that government had exceeded its macroeconomic targets for the first half of the year. Quite impressive and exciting to hear. He spoke about the 2.7 billion cedis, 6-year CD-denominated bonds, showing that government is slowly returning to the capital market, which is quite commendable. The sinking fund bit too was quite interesting to hear, and he did emphasize that as we speak, government has about 15.6 billion cedis in that sinking fund. And he's confident that by the end of the year, government would have raised about 30 billion cedis to pay for DDEP coupons due next year ahead of schedule, which is quite commendable, because at least for what we've seen so far, this government has shown a lot of commitment and goodwill with regards to paying all of its scheduled coupons, a lot of the times even ahead of schedule. The banks that have been recapitalized to UMB, Prudential, exciting to hear, good prospects for the financial sector. Some worrying figures too also. The 60% of VAT collected is lost. That's quite worrying. And I hope that the plans that they hope to put in place to mitigate them will actually get updates as and when, and hope that the numbers would improve any moment from now. But we're crossing back now to the press conference, the minority press conference happening in Parliament at the moment. They are addressing the media. The former Finance Minister, Dr. Amin Adam, is speaking.
And so a government that has worked so hard to reduce what we would have been paying by 50%, that government is being blamed today. This is the hypocrisy we are talking about. And let me add that some of these losses are coming from the Bank of Ghana losses. Bank of Ghana has made huge losses. Recently, when they published their statement of accounts, we all heard what happened. Their net equity, negative equity, increased from 58 billion Ghana cedis to 93 billion Ghana cedis. And this was resulting from the policies of the minister. The minister has been quiet about it. He didn't say anything about it. 93 billion Ghana cedis negative equity on Bank of Ghana as a result of the minister's reckless policies. The minister was supposed to have recapitalized Bank of Ghana. And what he decided to do, first of all, was to sell the Bank of Ghana building. But after public protestation, they chickened out. Only for him to come and say he has given Bank of Ghana 5 billion Ghana cedis as part of his effort to recapitalize Bank of Ghana. You have added 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana. And you are giving them 5 billion Ghana cedis for recapitalization. You have just 2 years to leave government because the people of Ghana will vote you out. And therefore, when your reckless policies have contributed 35 billion Ghana cedis to the negative equity of Bank of Ghana, we want to read from you, Minister, comprehensive measures aimed at truly recapitalizing Bank of Ghana and not the gymnastics that we are seeing today. And we need that with timelines. Ladies and gentlemen, what they haven't also told you is that the DDEP that we did led to a significant reduction in our debt stock. Ghana's debt was so huge to the extent that today we can now boast that the debt stock has come down. How did we achieve that? After the negotiation, $5 billion of Ghana's debt stock was cancelled outrightly, cancelled from our debt stock. Another $4.7 billion was gained by Ghana as savings. This is why the debt to GDP is now 45%, and not because the minister implemented any policies. If anything, the minister has borrowed more, and they continue to borrow. Let me now come to revenue. As far as revenue is concerned, their revenue measures have not worked. They haven't worked at all because they are not meeting the target. The minister presented there was criminal because the program revenue for half year was reduced by 2 billion Ghana cedis in order for the minister to tell Ghanaians that he has met that target. But he's short of that target by 2 billion Ghana cedis. He brought a wrong figure to Parliament. And that is why we think that it's criminal. He's informing the people of Ghana. He's manipulating the data to look good. Whereas the facts, if you want, go and see the 2026 budget statement and look at half-year program revenue. And come and look at what he just presented today. You will see that he has reduced that program revenue by 2 billion Ghana cedis, so that he can tell Ghanaians that he has achieved the target. Revenue is not coming. They are not doing well. They are not efficient. After calling customs officials criminals for engaging in diversionary fraud, the only thing the minister could impose on customs was the AI publican system. And today he's telling us that customs revenue has increased by 15%. When we didn't have the AI, customs revenues in the past were increased by above 20%. Above 20% year on year. So what has the publican AI done after calling customs officials criminals? Ladies and gentlemen, let's now come to the issues that I think must be of concern to Ghanaians. The IMF program. Our government negotiated the IMF program. This government, the NDC, they lambasted us. They criticized us. They condemned us. But we got an IMF program with financing, $3 billion. Today, when they are touting their achievement, we've achieved stability, they have gone to negotiate an IMF without financing. The government that negotiated IMF program with $3 billion financing, you call that a bad government. And today you have gone to negotiate an IMF program, what we call the PCI, without financing for 3 years, under which the IMF will continue to impose conditionalities on Ghana to supervise even how this government is working. If you think you are better managers of the economy, why do you need IMF supervision? Why do you need IMF guidance? So this is the deception we must point out to the people of Ghana. By the time we left government, we did so well as far as implementation of reforms were concerned. The minister said today that they have changed the model of economic management from the old system to a system that is now built on structural reforms. But let's look at how they fared with the structural reforms. Before we left government, we had achieved 79% implementation of the structural reforms of the IMF program. Our peers, Kenya, is doing 70% of implementation rate. Our peers, Zambia, they are doing 70%. This government, the NDC government, brought our structural reform implementation rate from 79% to 53%. That is the secret behind the PCI. Because the IMF told them that when the program exits, we will tell the people of the world that you failed in implementing the structural reforms. And they had to go and negotiate with the IMF. Don't do that. We will accept a PCI so that we can continue to implement the structural reforms under your supervision. That is why they accepted the PCI, which is a demonstration of failure on the part of this government. And so I want to ask them, what economic model have they introduced? What new economic model have they introduced? Nothing. The reality is that this mid-year budget left out some important issues that they promised the people of Ghana. Can you remember throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 24-hour economy? Did you hear a single mention of the 24-hour economy? No. Which is their flagship economic blueprint. And so the young people of Ghana must now know that this government is not going to give them the jobs they promised them. Did you hear throughout the minister's presentation a single mention of the 1 million coders program? No. Again, apart from the 24-hour economy, which is about jobs for the youth, the 1 million coders program is about jobs for the youth. We didn't hear a single mention of it. The speech mentioned big push, but I can tell you that big push is not big pushing.
It needs a push.
It needs a push. Because most of the contractors have already packed out of their sites due to non-payment. The minister brought himself up when he said that they have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis to big push contractors. You have signed contracts amounting to 70 billion Ghana cedis, and you have paid 6.5 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Minister, what are you telling the Ghanaian people? What are you telling them? And this is just half year. And then you come and boast that big push, 6.5 billion, and his colleagues will say, we have paid. 70 billion Ghana cedis. You have paid 6.5 billion and you are boasting of that, as a result of which contractors have packed out of their site. Let me now come to growth, the growth strategy. Before the statement, the Minister of Finance provided information to the effect that the minister was coming to present a growth strategy to move from stability to growth. Throughout his presentation, the minister did not mention anything relating to a growth strategy. The entire budget review was silent on a growth strategy. And so, where are the jobs going to come from, Mr. Minister? And this is why the Ghanaian people must be aware that this government has nothing to offer the Ghanaian people. They talk more, they do little. And therefore, I have no doubt that the Ghanaian people will work with us to show this government the exit in 2028. I thank you very much for your attention. My colleagues will add.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just want to highlight just a few things for your attention. In the minister's presentation, I'm sure you heard him saying that as part of their fiscal reforms, they did not introduce any new taxes. You heard him loud and clear. It is our hope that you do not have a short memory, as they are hoping that you do. Remember, they've told you that the people of Ghana have a short memory. So they can tell you anything, and they believe you would have forgotten the facts. For the records, they introduced a 2% growth and sustainability levy on the gross production of mining companies, a special import levy of 2% on cost, insurance, and freight value of certain goods, and then 15% VAT on non-life insurance premiums. The fourth tax they introduced was the growth and sustainability levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. Then they also introduced the special import levy for 2026, 2027, 2028. And then the 8% Dumsor levy, the one they brought almost at midnight. Before they brought the petroleum-related levies, and then what we call the fishing levy, the withdrawal of the tax exemption on marine gas oil supply to industrial fishing vessels. Those are 8 taxes that this government introduced. Yet today, the minister was telling you they hadn't introduced new taxes. Even today, if you didn't pay attention, you would have missed the fact that he introduced one more tax. He said they are going to remove the tax exemption on bunkering. When you remove the exemption, you have introduced a tax. But this is the PRN settings that they do. They hide it in flowery language. And if you are not careful, you will not realize it. Senior Amin talked about the fact that they didn't mention the numbers. This is the first time we have had a mid-year review in which the Minister of Finance refuses to mention the revenue target and actual and the expenditure target and actual. This is the first time. Because the essence of a mid-year review is that you are going to review how you have performed target to actual. We are in a community of reading men, and so we read. Go to Appendix A, and he tried to hide it there. 2A, he tried to hide it there. The revenue target for the year is 268 billion. Half year is supposed to be 134 billion. You know what the minister did? That's what Minister Amin was referring to. He deliberately understated it that half year is supposed to be 126 billion. So that when he tells you that his half year actual is 124, you would think he has only missed it by 2 billion. But actually the difference between 134 billion and 124 billion is 10 billion. That is a 7% shortfall on revenue. Yesterday when we met you, we told you that they are manufacturing the primary balance and the overall fiscal balance. And we'll prove to you. When you go to the expenditure side, what you couldn't mention on the floor, the one is hidden in the appendices. Total expenditure is 302 billion. Half year is supposed to be 158. That 158 includes the 35 Agenda 111 buildings they promised to do. It includes some of the contractors that they are supposed to pay under Big Push. It includes their flagship programs like the 1 million coders, Jumerura, 24-hour economy, all of those ones. You will be heartbroken to find out that half year 158 billion, they have actually only released 127 billion. The difference is 31 billion Ghana cedis. You know what 31 billion Ghana cedis can do to create jobs, to impact lives? And that's a 20% shortfall on expenditure. This is how they are manufacturing the overall balance. This is how he's able to now tell you that, oh, the deficit is now this way and the primary balance is now this way, because he's suppressing expenditure in the most critical sectors. I just want to speak about 2 other issues and then I'll yield to my colleague. The minister also looked the people of Ghana in the face and told us that this is the first time that the Ghanaian economy has hit about $100 billion. Literally, if you do the conversion, about 1 trillion Ghana cedis. In 2024, we went past that mark.
Yes.
We went past 1 trillion in 2024. Yes. Why would you look the people of Ghana in the face and tell us this blatant untruth? It is because they are hoping that you will forget the figures. But we on this side of the house, we pay attention to the details.
this is the first time that the minister has mentioned growth. Yes, 6.4, but has not been able to disaggregate that growth and tell you the sources. Remember yesterday we told you that if you disaggregate, it is mostly because of gold, reliance on high gold prices. And that in the minister's own accounting that he did, he said that if your growth is based on gold, it's a galamsey economy. He knows that if he tells you the disaggregated sources, you will figure out that what they are applauding themselves for is a reliance on gold. And so, colleagues, we are here to tell you that just as we mentioned at the beginning prior to this, they are manufacturing the balances, they are not delivering on their programs. I yield to my colleague, Honorable Abena, to make a few more submissions and then we'll wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think they've said it all. But what I also want to put across is that you heard the minister say that we are going to reallocate this amount of money, we are going to reallocate that amount of money. But let me tell you, for 2026, the budget is sealed. So he didn't even tell us that the 400 million Ghana cedis that he said he was going to reallocate, he didn't even show us where it's going to come from. It is just about talk. You go to the appendices, you find out the numbers, you see the numbers. All the long talk is the appendices that will tell you whether truly that is going to happen or it is not going to happen. All that he said today, I'm going to add 1,000 kilometers of road. Go and check the appendices and see whether the budget, the numbers supports an extra 1,000 kilometers. The numbers have been sealed already. It was sealed in November 2025 when the 2026 budget came into was passed in Parliament. So these are some of the things that we want you to go and look at. Don't just take, the talk as he said it, but go and look in the numbers. And finally, my former minister mentioned the fact that already Bank of Ghana had spent $900 million on Gold Board. When you look in the mid-year budget review, it also gives you your 2025 actuals. And in 2025, the 2025 actuals, for the last quarter, the Minister for Finance also spent another $297 million on Gold Board, translating into 4.5 billion Ghana cedis. Let's ask them, what is this at all with Gold Board that is siphoning so much money from us? $900 million from Bank of Ghana and $297 million from the Ministry of Finance. That is one thing I expect the journalists to go in there and find out from them what exactly is happening there. That from Bank of Ghana, you are siphoning $900 million, and then from Ministry of Finance, $297 million. Just in the last quarter. When I say the last quarter of 2025, I mean October, November, December of 2025, and that is worrying. And I expect our journalists and the people who really think and care about this nation to go and find out what is it that is happening at the Gold Board, that BOG incurs 900 million, Ministry of Finance also incurs 297 billion. And the minister also mentioned the fact that the Fiscal Council and the Value for Money offices are already making impacts. These two offices haven't been set up at all. So how come they haven't been set up, yet their impacts have been reflected in the statement he made today? Settings. Please, let's listen, let's open our eyes, let's ask questions. The Value for Money bill has been passed, all right. The Fiscal Council, yes, we know about it, but it hasn't been formed. So how come you are able to say that both the Value for Money office and the Fiscal Council is already making impact to the tune that can reflect in the economy? Clearly, there's nothing like that. So when you are asking these questions, these are some of the things I expect you to also answer. And then when you look at, the minister kept mentioning, the fiscal policy that they have introduced, they are trying to live within their means. And then here is an agency under the Ministry of Finance, that is Ghana Revenue Authority. Parliament voted for you to spend 5.1 billion in 2025, and guess what? They added an extra 100 million. As there's an adage which says that, so if you want to check people going over and above their expenditure, it should come from your own home. And then your own home cannot happen to, purports to be living within their means and spend extra 100 million that Parliament did not vote for GRE. These are some of the things we expect the journalist who also the minister, that you say, yes, you are living within your means. How come an agency under you, an agency that you manage, has gone over and above their budget for 2025 by over 100 billion? That is very important. Even 1 million is so much money. How much more? 100 million. This is something you should think about, and this is something you should also ask the minister. But I think in the coming days, we will come up with quite a number of issues that we have noticed in this 2026 budget. I want to tell you that the numbers for 2026 are sealed. So whatever the minister came here to say concerning monies that they are going to reallocate, monies that they are going to use for anything, it is not the case, because the 2026 budget are sealed, and the minister did not come with a supplementary budget. If he had come with a supplementary budget, that is when he could have added on more finance, more expenditure. But there's nothing like that. So once there's no supplementary budget, there are no added additional revenues, and the revenues are even performing very poorly. So once there's nothing like that, the reallocation, I'm doing 1,000 kilometers of road, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, it's all talk, and the numbers do not speak to that. Thank you very much.
Well, that pretty much is summation from the minority as well with respect to their perspective on a number of the matters as has been discussed or brought to the fore by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassia Latto-Forson. That will wrap up all of the coverage from here in Parliament. Back to you in the studio.
You're live on TV3. It is our continuing coverage of the mid-year budget review. We've just heard from the Minority Caucus in Parliament, led by former Finance Minister Dr. Amin Adam, ended with the former Deputy Finance Minister Abena Asari. There was also ranking on Economy and Development Committee of Parliament, Kojo Opo Onkroma, as well in the mix. But a number of things they've been saying to contradict what the Finance Minister has told us in Parliament, including issues on 24-hour economy, including issues on the Big Push, 1 million coders program, and even the PCI, the technical assistance program that the government is currently under with the IMF. And I still have here with me Joseph Akabli and Michael Ogbudu. We will discuss some of the things that we have heard, unpack as much as we can, right? But also go back to Parliament every now and then, hear from the streets also, because we haven't had individual conversations with the MPs on their own views as to what they have heard from the Finance Minister today. Remember that some of them are sector ministers, and as you heard from the minority leader Alexander Penyomakin, you are not getting money for your sectors because government says they won't be spending a lot. But you were making a point before. Perhaps you could also react to what we've heard so far in terms of putting the matter into perspective, because we know what the PCI program is, for instance. But we heard what the minority said. Now, you are the business guy. Put it into perspective for us.
It's quite interesting, the comments that have come, especially the PCI, because we know it was a voluntary thing that the government opted for, and it's providing technical support. So it's quite interesting that from the explanation we are hearing from the minority side, it appears that there was some arm twisting into accepting it. But I'm sure those are all narratives out there. But then one of the things that has really caught my attention is the Publican AI that the minister says has been able to increase port revenues by some 17.5%, which is quite commendable, looking at the fact that it has just been piloted and then rolled out over the last couple of months. That's commendable. About the one that concerns the average Ghanaian, 400 million cedis for the acquisition of buses for state transport companies. that's exciting. We heard about some buses acquired earlier. And then we know there was an update about the fact that those buses were not meant to be in Accra and all of that. So we are hoping that these ones now will be targeted at where the demand is highest to help improve the quality of life.
And it also wasn't clear whether or not, remember that the president had talked about the release of some 100 million cities already for that purpose of improving urban rural transportation as well, not just intra-urban transportation. It's unclear whether or not that 100 million cities is part of this 400 million. I don't think that in this review, the finance minister was able to clarify that. Perhaps it may have been something that they missed while putting the document together. But at least now we know that some 400 million cities will be spent for that purpose. Over what period? Did you get that? Over what period?
For this year. It will be
for this year alone.
For this year alone. But
that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think that we would need the appendix that the minority keeps referring to cross-check some of these numbers and get better clarity. He spoke about speeding up projects nearing completion. I'm wondering how all of that translates into budgeted projects for this year, because if it's nearing completion, was it within this year or that'll be interesting to understand fully. I was really excited about the fact that he says some money has been deposited with the central bank for the Kumasi Expressway. He says $1.7 billion has already been made available for the project ahead of its being awarded, which is great. It shows that the whole sinking fund concept is really working here, where we are making some level of allocation before we even begin the project. He also mentioned $523 million for the rehabilitation of some 1,050-kilometer feeder roads. That's great. And the breakdown he gave to was quite interesting. It shows that there's a lot of intentionality there. We just want to see how soon monies will be released for all of this and see how that affects or begins to impact generally on the economy. Finalized 500 million integrated oil palm development financing agreement. That was exciting, especially going to note that government is looking to raise the funds through the World Bank and let private sector lead it. That was exciting. At least knowing that government will not have to be the implementers of that project was quite reassuring, because we know that government has been great with a lot of these things, and knowing that it's going to empower the private sector with some very concessionary loans from the World Bank. Great stuff. We're hoping that they'll be able to roll it out soon as possible. For me, the icing on the cake was the Cocoa Board bill. The alignment of the producer price with movements on the international cocoa price. That's great, especially now that it's high. But what's the policy then when it starts dipping? We need to understand how they plan to mitigate those shocks, because you know right now they are doing hedging. But now if you want to go with the flow of the movements, what's your risk mitigation factor? 70% FOB price guaranteed for farmers. Exciting. 50% of beans produced in the country will now be produced locally. That is great, knowing that from what the finance minister just told us, it's going to be entrenched in law that all the cocoa beans we produce, at least 50% will be refined, processed locally. And then also he spoke about making some money available for the Women's Development Bank. I'm sure you're excited about that. Some 400 million cedis. And now it looks like it's actually coming to fruition. It's actually a bank.
I'm surprised. Maybe surprise isn't the word, but it's actually struck me that he read that it will be operational by the end of 2026. Where is the bank? It's half a year. Where is? Do you know where the site is for this bank?
I have no idea. But at least
it's quite an ambitious timeline to give.
If you have the money, anything is possible.
I don't know, but how long does it take? Because I don't expect it to be a 3-bedroom house. It's going to be a very high-rise building, or perhaps they'll repurpose another one. To be the bank.
Maybe Akable has an idea.
We need clarity on that, because the government has been criticized a lot when it comes to the Women's Bank, because then initially the money was not enough to set up a commercial bank. Then the finance minister proved wrong in the main budget reading. Now we know for sure that some 400 million cedis, you say, is going into that. But the timeline is a little too ambitious for me when he says that end of year it will be operationalized.
Maybe he forgot to add that they've already done their feasibility studies, and because if you've made 400 million allocation for capitalization, probably they've done their paperwork. But it also raises the other question: do we really need
a women's
bank, especially when you just finished recapitalizing other banks that aren't doing too well? Are you not adding too many new legs that are not necessarily necessary in quotes? Some have argued that why don't you just set up, for instance, an office, a desk in various banks with that allocation to do the implementation, rather than putting up a whole structure that you have to think about managing. That adds extra complexity to it. Why not give the banks the allocations so that they do the disbursement for you based on who meets the criteria? But well, I'm sure they have their reasoning behind this, and maybe empowering women requires that you put up a bank for them, a physical bank named Women's Development Bank.
Well, I think you raise a really important point there about, spreading itself too thinly. But at the same time, let's not forget that there's a lot of politics, not a bit of politics. And this was a campaign promise.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that.
And so they want to tick the box and make sure that they have fulfilled the promise they made to the Ghanaian people that we will open a bank focused on women's development, women's business, women's entrepreneurship in the country. But, it's just today is July 23rd.
Exactly.
We are talking 5-6 months to the end of the year. We expect to see operationalization of the Women's Bank, and the bit about where it will be situated. You're right. Perhaps they could repurpose another building. Like we've seen the finance ministry take over the GRA building.
At least you only need one branch to start a bank.
You need one. You're right about that.
Exactly.
You're right. So perhaps it may not be as ambitious. Maybe I am seeing a very plush picture of
200 branches across the country,
or maybe like a 64 flight high-rise building, right?
No, but Kimani, it also raises another question: is this bank going to operate like the traditional commercial bank?
Well, based on the questions that have been answered around that, and Joe, you can come in here, but based on the questions that have been run around that, it would appear it will.
Then what's the point?
Otherwise, then what was the question about commercialization?
I mean, I think you've answered the question in part. You just don't want to accept the answer. I mean, the answer that is very clear is the fact that it was a clear campaign promise that was going to be done. And it's interesting because a lot of the times, that is how we set up various institutions here. First, as campaign promises. Secondly, we tend to want to try to specialize. But more often than not, we end up creating general institutions rather than specialized. We can make reference to ADB. You can make reference to NIB. You can make reference to Exim Bank, which is supposed to be an international trade finance bank of a sort to assist those who are in that space. And then the list goes on and on. I mean, those are all specialized agencies. The point really that if you talk to a lot of business people will make is that interest rates are still high, no matter how well the economy has been looking. And it's not peculiar to this particular government. If you go even to the previous administration, you had instances where the governor of the central bank complained that looking at the numbers, how the direction that the interest rate should go were not moving. And they had even called on the banks to react and respond. We've even seen the current governor also make a similar call. So the point is that if interest is still high, then unless the bank you are setting up has some form of special arrangement that takes it out of the ambit of the general numbers. So, for instance, if you are a woman business person and you are walking to the Women's Development Bank to go and get finance support, and they are not going to give you the general interest rates, then it will make a lot of sense. But the other question becomes that how would the bank be balancing its books? Because if they are giving you 10 cedis and you are bringing them 11 cedis, when others are taking 10 cedis and they are bringing 15 or 14 cedis, then that also becomes an entire challenge. And so this is why a lot of the time some of these policies ought to be discussed at a certain level. And I even find it disturbing that we are even hearing from the first time from the finance minister in a mid-year budget review that, well, it was incorporated in January of this year. So something is going on behind the scenes. But the people clearly do not know what is going on. And that is how we ask some of these questions until we get answers to them. And so that is where it leaves us at this point in time. It's a problem. The idea is good, a specialized bank, but it may fall victim to what we've experienced over the period, or over the last couple of years.
Well, all we can do is wonder and wait. Wonder, ponder, and wait, right? We'll just wait for how it plays out. But let's talk about Big Push, gentlemen, because then the finance minister announces that work has commenced on 87 projects comprising 74 trunk roads and bridges, 10 urban roads, and 3 feeder roads. In fact, he goes on to say that by the end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 projects that had exceeded 75%, while further 15 projects had progressed beyond 25% completion.
Yeah.
That's like a lot of work in a very short period of time. right?
It looks that way. I mean, some of the roads are roads that I am familiar with. I mean, I can pick out the Ofanko in Saum one. It's a road I basically use every morning, so I know that road very well. I mean, some very significant work has been done there. The Kaswa Winneba as well. My problem with the Kaswa Winneba one has always been the pace of the work that is being done. And the good thing about this Big Push program is that when you go to every part of this country, the state of our roads is terrible. Like every community, you just have to move some few meters away from the main roads, and the roads are bad everywhere. I am within the Domo-Kwabenya area, and the Domo-Kwabenya roads are all bad. The roads within all bad. Quite recently, some efforts have been done to grade it, but there's no construction that's even taking place there. So I have been asking myself that what's happening with us in the Big Push. So roads is a big deal, but we have a situation, and maybe let me chip it in at this point. We have a situation where we are doing the construction in a manner that is consistent with the money that we have available. So we are not necessarily pumping so much money to be aggressively constructing as we would normally want it to be. And it's because of obvious reasons. The obvious reason is that we've been under an IMF program, that is one. Number two also, when your revenues are not coming in as they ought to come in a fast manner, it also means that you have to manage your expenditure properly. And that is how come when the government announced the Big Push, they did indicate that they were priority projects. In fact, they were new roads that they identified. There were other roads that had been started, which they decided to also put on a Big Push just to make sure that the construction is done in a certain manner. That we've seen the minister go around, the roads minister.
Yep.
In fact, we've seen the videos. There are instances where mobilization and other things have been paid, the contractors are not on site, or the levels that the contractors said they've gotten to, they've not gotten there. And I have said it on New Day many times that I don't find it an appealing sight to see my minister going around the country to inspect road projects, because it means that when they hear the minister is coming to Keta or is going to Ekwe, my hometown over there, the contractor is likely to be on site. But when he goes to Damongo, is that contractor still on site? Because there's a whole structure of assembly level that we have. We have urban feeder roads on all those levels. There's the DCs, MCs, they are all over there. And so you expect all of those people to take over the monitoring of the projects just to ensure that we are within the timelines. When they raise the various payment certificates, payments are made as and when necessary. The quality things, we are doing the checks just to make sure that we follow through. Else, we'll come back at the end of the year and we'll still not reach the numbers that they are projecting to be, because it's saying that by the end of June 2026, 13 projects had reached at least 50% completion, including 6 that have exceeded 75%. So it will mean that towards the end of the year, the ones that have exceeded 75 should be ready,
should be done,
and good to go. And that is why the monitoring aspect comes in very, very, very handy.
We are going to have to be intentional about that, because remember that here in this country and really many other places, the roads are categorized, and so they fall under different institutions. So then perhaps that big road that Blaise is talking about does not fall under the assembly. So then the assembly decides that I don't want that to be my business. If it's a feeder road, it will fall under the assembly, or a smaller scale road, it will fall under the assembly. And so in order for us to cure the problem you have identified, we have to be intentional about monitoring. Because I recall that I've spoken to the former director for the
Highways?
DRIP.
DRIP, okay.
Right. And he talked about how that apparent theft war between who takes care of this road is causing delays in even repairing and using the DRIP equipment to do the work that they were acquired for.
I'm not surprised. I mean, that whole DRIP thing was always going to have that problem because you have assemblies there, and you decided that you are doing a project where you are giving the assemblies equipment to do some form of constructions, when you know that the roads that are in assemblies, one way or the other, will not belong to the assembly. The roads will either belong to urban roads or feeder roads or fall within Ghana Highways Authority. So that structure in itself from the start, which set off at the presidency, because of what the government at the time wanted to do, which has continued now, will mean that if it's not properly placed under any of them, then it also now comes back to the whole problem. So it comes back again to the way we implement policies and the way we go about it. So that creates that problem. But I still think, and Kemini, I still think that we have to practically find a way
of monitoring. The minister going up and down, as for that one, it's not sustainable at all.
Right,
It's not.
right. So we're going to have to be intentional about that. I don't know if you want to take a bite on that, and then we'll move on to
I'm
something else.
particularly excited about the work the military is doing with the new Kumasi Express. And I'm thinking that maybe at this point, we should just make it a law that every new road that we are going to cut out, let the military go and clear it up. Because the pace at which they are working is simply amazing.
12 weeks
It's
and a lot of
fascinating.
kilometers.
It's fascinating. So why don't we... And I'm thinking that we should be very intentional now about using the engineering wing of the military a lot more, because they've shown the level of competence and discipline in getting the job done. At least they don't need... what's the word? Regular monitoring, like you said, with the other projects. So we should find a way to put them to use for the national interest and for national development. So kudos to all the military people over there trying to make the roads work.
Indeed. I want to pick on some of the things that the minority has said about not hearing anything on the 24-hour economy or the 1 million coders program. As for the PCI, we've addressed it. If you go onto the IMF's website right now, you learn all about the PCI and why and what. We do not have evidence to back what he has said. So we'll go with the fact that it's a voluntary program, and you can read about it on the IMF's website.
And the IMF chief was also emphatic that Ghana had met all the requirements to end the program.
Thank you. So it's difficult to then, agree and understand to what Dr. Amin Adam says when he talks about government of the day not meeting the benchmarks set for the program. Remember that this government only took over the program in 2025 when they came into office. You had the program for a long time. So if the program has failed, it's not just this program.
It's quite curious
this
that
government.
This is coming on the back of the government being able to end the program earlier than scheduled. So how did they do it? I'm sure he has answers, but
if we were to give a score for fact check right now, we'll say that is false. That is false. That is false. Right, but you wanted to say something.
I also think that it was quite interesting that nothing was said about the concerning cost of fuel in the country at the moment, especially when earlier this morning the Chamber of Petroleum Consumers Ghana COPEC told us that it is likely that diesel in the next pricing window will cross 20 cedis. And looking at the impact of the geopolitical tensions on us as a country, I was quite surprised the finance minister didn't say anything about it. I was eager to hear what their plan was, because especially on the back where he's told us that our oil revenue, our oil production levels are improving, which also means that the oil inflows are going to be higher than anticipated. So what is your plan now to cushion the average Ghanaian who is going to be affected by this hike in fuel prices coming in? Even today as we speak, prices have gone up again. A number of them have inched up a bit. Some are up by as much as 70 pesos. Per liter. So I was quite surprised that the finance minister didn't tell us anything, unless I missed it. But I checked the document and I didn't see anything there that was emphatic about the fuel price. Because if that particular element is not tackled, all the gains we've made, particularly in the macroeconomic indicators, are likely to begin to flip. And we should be concerned. Already we are seeing it. Last pricing window, fuel price went up. And since the whole geopolitical tension, we've seen increase in fuel prices. It used to be around 10 cedis, now we're around 13 as we speak. Inflation has gone up from 3.2 to about 5 point something. We should be concerned, and I'm quite worried that the finance minister didn't say anything about it.
Didn't say anything about it, you're right. I mean, I was expecting that, but at the same time, I'm not surprised by the outcome, because if you look at conversations leading up to this, the element of cost of fuel had not come up, even with conversations with analysts. The global conditions around fuel right now did not also play. But for a government that had told us at the time the situation around the Strait of Hormuz as a result of the US-Iran war had come up, and he told us that, look, we have about 11 months of cushion. We wouldn't have
months?
to.
Probably 11 weeks. I doubt you have 11 months.
No. He says in that post, he said that, government had set up the economy in such a way that it could cushion the Ghanaian people for that long. Even if the war went on.
At least it's not strategic reserves. Just wanted to get that clear.
Oh, no. Even if the war went on for that long, it would have been interesting to hear now whether or not that position has changed as far as the finance minister is concerned. But we didn't get that from him. Disappointing for me, if you ask me. And hopefully they will write that on Facebook, because usually when the conversations happen and then they realize we missed this and that, or perhaps they realize there's conversations around the things they intentionally missed. Because sometimes you always want to put the bad things on the back burner. The things that will show that well, there could be situations within the economy we haven't handled yet. You want to put that on the back burner and show us the good stuff. It could be one of those situations. I don't know. It could be.
The other side is that it's just good that at least for us as a country, a large chunk of our petroleum supplies does not come through the Strait of Hormuz. So at least we don't have a supply challenge. It's just the impact of the hike in prices that we are facing. And that's why I thought it would have been very important for us to have some definitive statement on what the plan really is to cushion Ghanaians. Because if Trump and Iran go at it to the end of the year, what happens to us? Are we prepared to start buying fuel for 30, 40 cedis per liter? And that's what we need answers to now, because from the way things are going, there's so much uncertainty that we can't sit on the fence.
We'll hope not.
That's
all I can say.
Just so you know, Kamini, between yesterday and today, crude oil prices has gone from $84 to over $100 per barrel. We should be concerned.
No, we are concerned. I don't know why he didn't talk about it. I think that as a country, we are concerned. When you speak on the individual level, people are concerned about it. People in government are concerned about it. But it beats my mind why that did not show up in the mid-year budget review. It would have been great for us to hear what happened, and then that 1 month cushion that we were given, and for a government that says we are good, that nothing happened. We just saw the window go up and up and up and up, and still nothing was announced. So I don't know why. I can't speak for the government at this time, except to agree with you that that was a big miss. It was a big miss.
A very big one. I think this is the part where we get to pat GPRT on the back, because despite the hikes that we've seen, they've been very is the word considerate, and we haven't heard much about increasing transport fares. But we don't know how long they can hold on right now, and that's why we need answers.
Absolutely. Let's get some answers on the energy sector situation. Engineer Justice Ohene Akoto is Executive Director for the Africa Sustainable Energy Center. He's joining us. Gentlemen, chime in as and when necessary. But Engineer, I appreciate your time this afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us in this continuing coverage of the mid-year budget review. We've just been looking at how the review budget was so quiet on the cost of fuel. Did that strike you too?
So good evening to you, good evening to your cherished viewers as well. Yeah, so it's actually really concerning that nothing was spoken about regarding the pricing of fuel. And most importantly, what we were looking for was a review of some of the levies on just on the fuel prices. One major one has to do with the Dumsor levy. I mean, we were expecting to hear that is also going to be part of the levies that has been taken out. I mean, the government mentioned after the cushion that there's going to be a review after some time. It was quite unfortunate that we didn't hear anything on that. That would have reduced the amount that we buy fuel, I mean, at the pump. So that was one. And then, in Ghana, anything that is attached to, fuel automatically attached to goods and services. So, if we had that levy removed, that would have been a cushion for Ghanaians as well. And it doesn't stop there. It also moves to the government talking about the 1,200 megawatt plant that is coming on board. That is really good. This is going to, increase our total capacity as we have in Ghana. Now we see that the peak load is gradually meeting up with the capacity that we have. So that is going to give us a number of spinning reserves. But then one thing we didn't hear has to do with renewable energy integration. We are undermining climate change. We see a lot of times where flooding in Ghana and all that stuff. Majority of that has to do with the climate change, the patterns that are changing. And one thing that we have to do mainly as a country, we pledged to the Paris Agreement, and then we had a plan to do at least 10% of renewable energy by 2080. we are in 2026. By 2030, we are in 2026. We are doing just 2%, and we are adding another 1,200 megawatts of thermal plant. I mean, without making plans for renewable energy. So that is something that is really hurting us. We are now going to reduce our 2% to lesser, to 1 point something. So that is a major concern that we have to look at. In as much as we are increasing we are increasing the capacity, we have to pay attention to the diversity mix of it, because I mean, anything that happens will have a ripple effect on us. So that was one. The next one that you also mentioned was the LNG to gas. I mean, that is good. But one thing that we were advocating strongly, I mean, we need to look at sustainable way of cooking. I mean, clean cooking. That is an aspect that we measured over there. That is also a climate issue. I mean, it's a climate challenge. I mean, in as much as we are looking to do, I mean, more of the LNG, the natural gas that we have, we need to have sustainable way of cooking. That is one. And the last one that I'll point out has to do with the gas processing plant. We have spoken about it plenty. The government wants to go with the direction of government and then the private sector. I mean, if from the beginning of the budget, I mean, the government mentioned that it's going to be government-led solely. So I mean, why the U-turn? That I mean, now is going to go between government and the private sector. We need more information on that. I understand if Ghana Gas has if Ghana Gas have the resources, they can go ahead. But then it looks like now government is looking at both government and private sector. We are pushing. I mean, if we can own it solely by government, that would be good. So that was also one U-turn on the budget. I mean, from the beginning of the year. Yeah.
I see. What were missed that you thought that government should have put in that review?
Oh, so I mean, basically, they should have come clear. Like one point that I mentioned has to do with the gas processing plant. They should have come clear and then mentioned at the beginning it was solely a government of Ghana project. But now government is considering a joint venture with private sector. There should be more engagement even before that was done. There should have been a more transparency. That was one thing that, I mean, the government should have come clear on that. And the other one is the climate factor. I mean, in as much as we are increasing our energy mix or our energy demand, we have to pay attention to the climate implications that we are going to have. You can have luxury of I mean, a lot of energy, but then what happens to climate change? Are we going to be miserable in this flooding that we see and other climate-related challenges? So that was one. And then the energy aspect wasn't green. It wasn't green. Now we've renamed the Ministry of Energy to Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. But then it wasn't green. We're not seeing renewable energy. We're not seeing sustainable cooking. So that was one major miss. The government and then the minister.
Right.
So we have to look at it. Yeah, it wasn't green. Yeah.
Yes, engineer, maybe if I can take you to the issue surrounding the upstream sector. We know that oil revenue, if you pick 2025, we did about 0.6% of GDP. Mainly what we've seen over the period is a significant drop in our production. So the minister makes reference that production has declined sharply from 71.4 million barrels in 2019 to about 36 million barrels in 2025. I mean, from what we heard, do you get a sense that we are approaching it in the right manner, one, to boost our production, and secondly, ensure that we make adequate revenue, because we know what oil revenue means for the country?
Yes. So, I mean, when you look at the PIAC reports, it has actually been reducing for yes, about almost over 5 years now. That is why, I mean, one of the ways to boost the production is to bring in another one that has to do with the GPP2, that we are looking at that. We are calling that the government should be more transparent. That is a step in the right direction. I mean, looking at what is happening within the global oil markets, for instance, today the price goes up, I mean, due to the Strait of Hormuz and then the other stuff. So if we have an additional production to boost our revenue, that is good for us. I mean, we'll be approaching more of energy sovereigns, where we increase our production here to be able to meet the demand over here. Already we have invested into the Tema oil refinery to be able to refine the oil product that we have over here. So if we're able to increase the production and then refine it here, I mean, we'll be more energy sovereign without relying solely or heavily on what happens within the international market. So that is a step in the right direction. But then it doesn't end there. We have to dig more into the royalties. If we decide to add another generation, what percentage comes to Ghanaians? What percentage goes to the expats? So that is the most important thing that we have to look at. And then we call strongly for Tema Oil Refinery to be expanded, and also for us to be able to refine our local crude over here. That is one thing that we also have to pay more attention to, because if you're able to open up a production, you should be able to open up the refinery too, and then refine for Ghanaians to use. But one major thing, as I said earlier, is the royalty. We have to go back to the drawing table. We don't have to do the mistake that we did earlier with the already existing oil fields. The royalties were not they were nothing good to be. They were not good. So with this one, we need to go back to the drawing table, make sure we dot all I's, cross all T's, and negotiate to get a better deal for Ghana. How this oil sector works is that you can go for a loan, and there's no way you invest into oil and gas and lose. So government should look at we have to look at our strategy again. We have to we can even go for internally generated funds. We have the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, who even started the African Energy Bank. They are willing to give loans. With Ghana as a member, they are willing to even give loan facilities internally generated, so that you don't have to approach the external bodies who will be, indirectly want to regulate whatever is happening. So we can have some of this conversation and then generate money internally. And then once we're able to build it, we'll be able to break even and then, make profit to be able to inject into the GDP.
Engineer, we'll leave our conversation here. Thank you so much for talking to us. Engineer Justice Ohene Akoto is Executive Director for the Africa Sustainable Energy Center. Gentlemen, we have to go, so I'll take final words from each of you. Blay, let me start with you.
I think there's a substantive conversation that was buried within the politics. The claim about the extent to which we are spending. I think the broader conversation is a revenue question, and it's one that I think subsequently the discussion should center around. If you look at our tax to GDP ratio, we are basically around the same numbers that we've been at for so many years. There's been a slight improvement, but we are still not doing very well. And as a country, that is where we have to get to, because that would only mean that we have to go in and look for loans to develop. We must be able to improve upon our tax collection in this country just to ensure that we have adequate revenue. And I think that is an aspect that we'll look out and discuss going forward.
Michael?
I think all in all, it was nice to at least get a good perspective of where we've come as a country. Now, I'm just curious to see how all of this translates into the growth. We've seen 6.2% first quarter, which is okay, judging by the fact that we did similar numbers last year. So if we were expecting to grow this year, then the numbers should be more exciting. Although we must add that the growth trajectory we've achieved is actually higher than what was projected by other Bretton Woods institutions. But let's see how the next couple of months pan out, and we hope that the growth and the jobs that were promised in the budget will finally come in full magnitude.
Absolutely, gentlemen. We'll have to end it here. But remember that the conversations have just begun. In later broadcasts here on TV3, we'll unpack this media budget review, bring you all the analysis that you need to help you understand where the country has been in the last 6 months and where it's headed in the next 6 months. I am Kemini Amano. Thank you very much for your company. Bye-bye.
Ready for school? Yes! My champs, they use a lot of energy at school. I know because imagine the energy they may have used up to return home this transformed every day.
Your champs need nourishment and energy. Give them the Milo Energy at breakfast, now with vitamin D that supports energy release to help their daily performance. Milo, energy to go further. This advert is FDA approved.
Everybody knows Acrobato. And if you know Acrobato, it means you know M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic. M-Punch Homeopathic Clinic is my pillar. Let's hear what others are saying about M-Punch